You know how to turn this on, right? You just press and hold back for 2 seconds. But I don't.
Sounds helpful.
This is up to you. These are a little more comfortable, but.
I think I was rolling around last night.
Michael Kleiss is upstairs.
Is he, oh, he's on this committee.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who was just sitting there. Yeah.
Oh, I can see yourself. Did you guys have to meet everybody? That's this is. Hello. I'm Ashraf.
Hi.
Hey, is Michael still up? Nice. Is Michael Kleiss still sitting?
Yes.
So,
Oh, he's coming.
okay.
He's coming.
It's late.
I can talk. I can.
Tell him the room.
I'll go with you.
No. I'm a trap listener.
There you go. Now it'll be good. All right, we're going to get started for our second half of the day. We are halfway through all of our thesis presentations. So we'll get into it. First, I'd like to introduce our guests for this afternoon. Some are continuing from this morning, but I'll introduce them again. Ashraf Salama is a professor of architecture and urbanism and head of the Department of Architecture and the Built Environment at Northumbria University. An internationally recognized scholar and academic leader, he's published over 200 research works and received the 2017 UIA Jean Schumi Prize for Excellence in Architectural Education and Criticism. We're also joined by Julia Stipple. Julia Stipple is a principal and director of sustainability at Quinn Evans, where she leads the firm's efforts in high performance design and climate action. We're also joined by Lisa Chumley. She's a principal at Gensler, where she serves as co-director of the firm's Center for Research on Equity in the Built Environment and was recently elevated to the fellow of the AIA. Last year with Peter. And Chris Elcock, principal at GWWO Architects, designing cultural and educational facilities. Today we'll be reviewing Ben Bilow's presentation. The chair of the committee is Lindsay May, and the committee is made up of Peter Noonan and Michael Kleiss. We'll just pause here for just a moment.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
All right, Ben, take it away whenever you're ready.
Testing. There you go. Okay, thank you all so much for being here today. My name is Ben Bilo, and my thesis is titled Together is Better, Building Intentional Community Through Suburban Modification. But before I start, I'd like to thank my thesis committee, especially my chair, Professor Lindsay May, for her support. The issue this thesis investigates is social disconnectedness. 1/5 of all American adults report feeling lonely frequently or all the time. Trends suggest this problem is only growing. In 2023, American adults spend an average of just 20 minutes per day with their friends, as compared to 60 minutes in 2003. Loneliness, it's more than just a bad feeling. It's also associated with higher rates of health risks like cardiovascular disease, dementia, stroke, depression, anxiety, and even premature death. Former US Surgeon General Vivek Murthy labeled our present condition a loneliness epidemic, warning that unless we find a way to build more connected lives, we will further retreat into our corners, angry, sick, and alone. What can we as architects, planners, and designers do to respond to this issue? Well, a first step is to realize that our deepest held beliefs about architecture are tied to social interaction. According to Vitruvius, an ancient Roman architect and engineer, architecture evolved as a mechanism for enabling socialization, not preventing it. Vitruvius describes the origins of architecture and society as being deeply interdependent. First, he says that people roamed the earth alone as individuals. Then, when fire was discovered, they began to gather around that fire for the comfort and utility it provided, working together to maintain the flame. Eventually, people began to construct permanent shelters around the fire, which improved in quality through iteration and comparison with their neighbors. In this narrative, architecture enabled sustained cooperation, and sustained cooperation made architecture better. However, this is not how we are living today. According to urban planning scholars like Jane Jacobs, Jan Gehl, and Dolores Hayden, single-family detached housing promotes social isolation by reducing the potential for contact between neighbors. More than 2/3 of all housing units in the United States are single-family detached. Single-family housing suburbs evolved in the early 20th century when those who could afford it began to leave industrial cities because of issues like overcrowding, pollution, and illness. In the 1950s, there was a housing boom following the end of World War II. Single-family suburban homes were mass-produced to address demand created by the return of soldiers and the end of the Great Depression. In this way, single-family housing was a great solution to the challenges of its time. This thesis doesn't argue that single-family housing is inherently bad or harmful, but rather that it no longer reflects our most pressing societal needs and is overrepresented in contemporary housing stock. Therefore, this thesis asks the question, how can existing single-family housing be converted to promote social interaction? Well, to study this issue, I first looked at co-housing, which is a system of living in which people share ownership of common land and facilities, but they have individual ownership of their private homes. To study co-housing, I visited 2 co-housing communities here in Washington, D.C. This is Tacoma Village co-housing, and this is Eastern Village co-housing. And through talking to some of the residents and going on these tours, I learned that most of them attribute the success of their communities to repeated spontaneous interactions between them and their neighbors throughout their day. And approaching this from an architectural perspective, you could think of that as kind of overlap of circulation. To study how this overlap of circulation kind of is related to building forms, I looked at different missing middle housing typologies and mapped the routes people take to enter and exit their homes. A key finding from this study was that even though housing typologies like townhouses and row houses and duplexes increase the proximity of neighbors by putting them closer together, they still don't really allow for any kind of overlap and any kind of opportunity for spontaneous interaction and socialization. On the other hand, certain housing typologies like cottage courts and courtyard buildings do provide some opportunity for spontaneous interaction because they have these outdoor spaces that everybody has to pass through to enter their units. This shows how building form might influence social connectivity. I also studied precedents such as the Schindler House, the Leo Doctors housing, which explore how shared outdoor spaces can be used to mediate between individual private quarters. And finally, I looked at Dolores Hayden's Homes Initiative from the 1980s. In this diagram, Hayden illustrates a unique vision for how a block of single-family houses could be united by removing the fences, combining yards, and designated certain shared indoor spaces. She argued that a collectivist approach to residential environments was key not just to social interaction, but also to issues of household labor, materialism, and gender equality. Well, this is an interesting idea, but strict single-family zoning laws have made this kind of intervention extremely difficult to realize. Until now. Just this past November, November 1st, Montgomery County, Maryland passed a zoning law which would allow certain single-family properties throughout the county to be redeveloped into missing middle housing typologies like duplexes, triplexes, and multiplexes. Here are some example diagrams provided by the county. The main criteria for a site to be eligible for redevelopment is that it has to be near a metro station and also has to be facing a major road as determined by the number of lanes. Montgomery County passed this legislation as part of a larger, more intensive plan to build new housing along DC metro lines. A big problem for Montgomery County is that the population is on track to increase by 20% by the year 2050. However, 85% of the land in Montgomery County is already developed. This means that an approach which could convert low-density single-family properties into higher-density properties could be very useful and applicable across Montgomery County. The area within Montgomery County which stands to be impacted most dramatically by this housing development plan is the city of Glenmont, Maryland. This city is a huge target for development because it's one of the few locations where a DC metro station is located in the middle of a low-density suburb. Glenmont is the last stop on the Red Line, which means it serves as a major transition point between the urban environment of Washington, D.C. and the suburban environments that surround it. Already, there are schematic plans to replace the existing Glenmont Shopping Center, seen on the left, with a series of mixed-use apartment buildings in the near future. This development would change the identity and fabric of this city, but it may also reaffirm an existing urban disconnectedness. From studying how Glenmont developed over time, I found that there's always been this divide along Georgia Avenue, which runs here and cuts Glenmont in half. And Georgia Avenue runs all the way into Washington, D.C. And the new proposed apartment buildings are just going to further, reinforce this divide. And at this point, I'm going to switch to my boards. So to better understand the context of Glenmont, I started looking at kind of this divide through different angles. So here's kind of a base existing plan. And you'll notice that along Georgia Avenue, which divides kind of Glenmont in half, there's this existing greenway, which runs atop the existing underground metro line. You can see here Georgia Avenue dividing the two and the metro station located at the top here. The population density also differs across the two halves of the city, with lower density single-family suburban homes located here, and then a little bit higher density mixed multifamily housing here. There also land use splits the city of Glenmont in two. On one hand, it's just single-family residential, and on the other hand, there is incorporated mixed-use retail. And then you can see what's going to happen, what is projected to happen anyway, is that the future mixed use is just going to continue this pattern. These sites here are the ones which are eligible for that new Montgomery County zoning law to be redeveloped into duplexes and triplexes. But I argue that they take emphasis away from the real center of the city, which is the intersection of Georgia Avenue and Lay Hill Road. And I'm calling that the center because that's where Glenmont developed from. In the 1940s, you can see this picture here, looking from this intersection of Georgia Avenue and Lay Hill Road. And you can see that this was mostly just existing farmland. It was just empty. Then in the 1950s, during this suburban housing boom, one side of Glenmont was developed as tract homes. Then later, the other side was developed entirely on its own as multifamily. And then in what's projected to happen in the future is again just the one side being developed. And so what I'm trying to propose here with the thesis site is something that's kind of going to exist on this border between the two sides of Glenmont. And I've chosen that site because it's the historical center of the city. So now we move to some of the proposed intervention. In thinking about, I'm thinking about this intervention not as just a single site, but as rather a strategy that could be applied to a wide area here that's going to start to create kind of a transition zone between the two sides of the city. And so for that reason, I started looking at 3 different sites. And I specifically chose 3 different size sites because they represent different development approaches and different outcomes for their occupants. So site A is one property, and thinking about how we could redevelop this to increase the density by adding some kind of ADU. And in that case, the client might be a homeowner who owns the property and is looking to improve it. The next site, site B, is 2 properties which are being combined. And in this case, the client is a group of owners who are going to start a co-housing community. And in this case, they're adding kind of an existing building, but they're also modifying, or they're adding a new building, but they're also kind of modifying the existing buildings. And then finally, site C is the largest approach and the most kind of swath-like. And in this approach, it's taking 3 properties, completely removing the existing houses and building something new. And then that's kind of from the perspective of a developer. But ultimately, what I chose to explore was this site B, the two properties combining approach, because it offered the most sort of balance between adding something new, but also modifying what's existing to create continuity. So my proposal for this site is to take these 2 existing homes and add kind of some connective material here, and to do it in a series of steps. So the first step is to convert one of the homes into a stacked duplex, where one of the existing attics receives an addition to make it occupiable as another unit. Then I add well, it's sort of an ADU, but it's larger than what we normally think about ADUs. I've been referring it myself as sort of a mini triplex because it's 3 smaller 1 and 2 bedroom units, which are being added to the backyard of this property. And then finally, adding a shared lounge between the 2 buildings that's going to kind of give all the people in this property a place to gather and reinforce their sense of community. And the plan is organized a way in that everyone pretty much enters the site between these 2 existing houses, and the intersection of their circulation is at this shared patio and fire pit area. On the first floor, there are 2 new units. One is ADA and one is not, and they're each 1 bedroom units that are around 600 square feet each. And then on the second floor plan, you take a stair up here. There's the duplex conversion that I mentioned earlier, which is also around 600 square feet. And then there's a new 2 bedroom unit, which is around 900 square feet. And so at the end of the day, from these two properties, which were kind of very static and they both represented 1,200 square foot single family houses, now we're starting to get a little bit more diversity of the housing types, and we're also starting to get more potential for different households to be living together and interacting together. So from what we started with two single family 1,200 square foot houses, and now we have one which is pretty much remaining the way it is. We have one that's being converted to a duplex, and then there's a series of new apartments and then a shared lounge for people to gather in. And you'll notice that the plan is organized to promote this overlap and circulation. And it's also using elements like the fire pit and the patio as a sort of hearth that organizes the building elements around them. One of the key thoughts when designing these units was to create, was kind of to mediate the amount of privacy and sort of public nature of these units. So from looking at co-housing precedents, I found that very often people enter through a vestibule. So each unit kind of has a mudroom or a vestibule that people enter through, and that sort of serves as sort of a barrier that gives people kind of their privacy within this this denser multifamily co-housing property. But I also include in each of the units kitchens with large windows which face out into the shared gathering space. And this is great for the safety of the property because people can see if there are, strangers entering. And it's also good for parents to look after their children. And it's also just good for neighbors to be able to interact with each other and kind of see what's going on. And then finally, I go back to kind of the urban scale and think about how this proposed intervention, which is just two single family properties, could represent a larger approach that's going to help unite the city of Glenmont. So talking about connection at a human scale, but also at an urban scale. And I've highlighted here what I think is the center of Glenmont that should be highlighted and built up, and showing how these multifamily mixed use apartments are going to be a part of that. But then also saying that we could build up some of this single family to meet that and create kind of a zone where the different use types and the different approaches to housing sort of come together and create a united city for Glenmont. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm really excited to hear your reactions and your feedback. Thank you.
Like to ask our reviewers to speak into the microphone when they have a question.
I guess before, Ben, thank you very much. Before we get into questions, could you help me understand a little bit about how this cohabitation project would work in terms of it will become one legal property of land? Are the utilities shared, or is there a manager for the estate, or how does it work?
Yes, thank you for the question. And the question is, how does this work? What is kind of the ownership, the responsibility of these different units? And I would say that most of the co-housing examples that I looked at are structured like condominiums, where the kind of the entire site is owned by kind of like one legal entity, and then the kind of the airspace within the units is owned by each of the tenants. So I would say in response to that, they would structure very similarly to a condominium, which is what I've seen in the precedents.
And to be clear, in this example, you go from two sites and two houses to one site and four apartments? 1, 2, 3. Or is it six dwelling units
Yes, there will be 6 dwelling units at the end.
in the end?
Yes.
I'm still trying to take it all in. If somebody else has any questions, sure.
In your mind, Is your role here is your interest in the planning of the process and the logic of the site, or in the architecture that results from that process?
Thank you for the question. I think honestly that that's something that I've been wrestling with throughout this process. I think that I started being much more interested in thinking about kind of the architecture that evolves from that. You know, kind of like I mentioned how maybe the plan, maybe the forms of the building are designed a certain way to promote a certain social connection. And one example of that was maybe like the vestibules, which kind of mediate between the public and private spaces. But what I found through this investigation was that I found increasingly that issues of kind of like how the site develops, how the social like organization of the property works was kind of a lot of unknowns, and I found that especially in this kind of doing this intervention in an existing single family area, I found that really probably the most novel idea of the project was kind of the different social organization and how the building kind of allows that. So I would say it's a very good question. I would say that I started thinking about the architecture and how that evolves, but then throughout the course of the investigation, became more interested in exploring kind of how like the concept and the social organization happens.
I mean, I asked it also because in your presentation, you actually never once spoke about about the architecture. So it was a leading question, actually.
Okay.
You never discussed the architecture. So I think in a sense, in your presentation, you revealed that your interest wasn't in that. So there's that question there about they're looking at the planning and the logic of it. I think I want to go back to the beginning of your presentation, and I sort of think there were two different directions. And in a sense, I think you could have started by just saying, I want to look at Glenmont and understand it. It's the end of the metro line and it has this density. Because I think in a way you smushed past a lot of some really interesting or important history about why suburbs expanded and who it expanded for. You had a page up. The example you gave was actually about a non-sexist layout, but you didn't raise that. So I think there are issues of kind of race and gender that are embedded in any history of housing in America that we haven't spoken about. And I mentioned that A, because it's important to mention it, and two, because I don't know that that's in fact relevant, because in some sense you're looking at Glenmont and what happens in Glenmont. So I guess I might encourage you to kind of, if this is a topic you're interested in, like reckon with that messiness, right? That's really messy and really complicated, and we danced around that. So I would offer that as a point of observation, because I think it's also embedded in why one side of Georgia is developed one way than the other, right? That I think that's an interesting split, that one side is allowed to remain single family and one side is allowed to be multifamily. And is there not an income disparity between that? So I think there might be a thing to look into there about that's not a lot of what we see now, I would just argue in the general American suburban landscape is a result of not always positive intentions. And so I think we want to, when we see them now, not just kind of say, oh, this is that, but actually, why is it that? Why did a city decide that that does something? So that said, the issue you're raising is an important one. So that to the side, this issue of how do we change the suburbs? Because I think your other key point was, I think it's 2/3 of Americans live in single family homes. So I think the mentioning of loneliness is really key. And that's, I guess, why I say, so thinking about how we develop suburban neighborhoods differently is really important. I think if you stay with the loneliness topic, there are any number of, one path could have been, let's look at the urban environment, but I think your point is most people are living in suburban environments. How do I change that? How do I think about that differently? So I don't think it's a question there, but I was kind of raising some things that we weren't exactly speaking about. And then maybe now, do you want to say anything about the architecture? Like what could it mean, or what are other things you might want to thought about?
Yes, thank you for those points. So I would say that with the architecture, I was thinking about this. I think something I struggled with was thinking about sort of the expression and also kind of the planning logic of developing this intervention, because I think that, being an architecture school, we're taught to, constantly, respond to the site. And I think that a very important point that you bring up is that kind of this existing suburban fabric, there's kind of the motivations behind it and the inequity behind it. I think what I found challenging was to pick up on some of those. What I'm used to doing is picking up on cues from the context and incorporating that into the building. And I think what I found challenging was to create an intervention which feels like it is well cited and feels like it's a part of the place, but also isn't just replicating those like same, conventions. And so like for one example, I kind of thinking about just for example, the sort of expression. I was thinking about this as sort of an intervention which kind of starts in the backyard, but then it kind of starts to be poking out a little bit. It's kind of like a parasite within the site a little bit that starts to poke out. not, not a bad parasite, but just to describe the form.
I think there are some moves you're making around, I think there's a richness in, I mean, there are a lot of contemporary architects you can think of that are doing houses in suburbia and are thinking about them differently. And you clearly start to make some of those moves. And I guess I might offer some ways that you could have pushed that further, right? So I can tell using different materials because you're trying to indicate the different units, but then we're using a gable because that will seem familiar. And so you're using some things that are meant to feel of the place and different. But then I think when I see the 6-panel door, I think, okay, did you really want a 6-panel door on the front door? Like, how else might we think about entry? And the things that you were, I think that an ask of an architect always is we're always kind of asking the question again. And you are offering another mode of living. And so I think there might be other questions you could ask, i.e., what is the door to this new mode? What does this stair look like? All the elements of home are up for reconsideration, I think, in your thesis, right? And that I think there's space to reconsider things some more. I'll shut up now. I've been talking too much. Who would
No,
like the mic?
thank you.
I'm still in reflection.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. And what comes through really is a very strong commitment to the process through the sketches and the analytical diagrams and the way you articulated the masses of the proposed or propositions of the sites. You also refer to the urban design literature about social interaction and engagement. And I just want to ask, typically in residential environments and in housing environments, we talk about behavioral issues. So what's your position on the acceptability of these kind of typologies by the community? So you're saying creating intentional community. First of all, I want to know, what do you mean by intentional? That's one. Two, when you create these kind of typologies, there is an expectation that they will be accepted by the community and why they will be accepted by the community. So can you tell us a little more about this?
Yes, thank you. That's a very good question. So first I'll explain about the term intentional community. And this is a term that's used when referring to these social organizations which promote shared ownership. So like some examples of which promote shared ownership, but also sort of interaction between neighbors. And so some examples of that, different types, are co-housing is one type, but then there are also things like co-living, which we've seen become more popular. And also things like communes, which kind of represents the other end of the spectrum, where there is kind of, I would say there's a spectrum where co-living is a little bit more of people are private, it's temporary, and then there are kind of some shared spaces, kind of similar to like a college dorm or something. Whereas I would say a commune is on the other end of the spectrum where there's less space allocated just for the individual, and it's more about everything being shared. And then co-housing kind of sits at this balance between there are shared spaces and shared ownership of the larger site, but people have ownership of their specific units. And so I kind of see, and it's meant as a permanent living solution. So I would say that it's sort of a balance, and that's what I mean by intentional community.
Okay, so what's the difference between intentional, because you mentioned also intentional interaction and spontaneous interaction. So can you just tell us more also about that?
Yeah, that's a great point. I would say that the intentional community is the commitment. It's the kind of the it indicates kind of a commitment to being a part of this larger group. And
Through design. So design will push that level of interaction forward.
yes.
Okay.
Whereas I would say spontaneous interaction, although it sounds like a little bit of a kind of a contrast to intentional, I would say that what you're being intentional about is putting yourself in that residential environment where these things can happen. And I would say that spontaneous interaction is much more on a day-to-day level of, you might not plan to hang out with these people, but maybe you pass them, maybe you pass your neighbors and you say hello.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, the important point which I'm trying to raise really here is whose voice, which community will accept these typologies? So how would you know that these are acceptable? Sorry, just to complete the idea, maybe it will open certain thoughts for you. Issues related, for example, to territoriality. How would you move a person who's used to live even in a small unit, but detached, to come in this environment, for example? Will they accept territorial and boundaries and sharing and all of that? That's one thing. Visibility, privacy, all of these are very important elements in residential environments. How people will accept that.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think that an important aspect here is that this is kind of intended as sort of a like a market alternative. So it's to single family housing, and it's something that people it's voluntary. It's something that people may choose to do. Unlike, for example, I looked at like like Soviet housing blocks or something, which are a bit more like compulsory. I would say this is something where people who are interested in this lifestyle may um, see this and decide that they want to become a part of it. And then I think that, something that the folks I talked to at the co-housing communities talked about is that there's just a lot of negotiation between the residents about how disputes are resolved, about how resources are managed. And so I think that first part I would say is that this is seen as I would say that the goal of this is to give people the option to opt in if they want to be a part of this type of community. Because right now it's very rare. They exist, like I visited 2 of them, but they're very, very rare. And so I think one, it's to give people the option to opt in to if they decide that they want to do this. And then number 2, I would say that on a smaller day-to-day level, I think that there are organizational tools that could be used to kind of like mediate how people adjust to that type of lifestyle.
Okay, but I just want to, please. Okay, I just want to disagree with you on the first one. Why? Because architecture is a response to something. It's like we don't provide architecture and then people opt in using it or not using it. So you would respond to a specific community, to a specific set of human needs, to a specific, set of requirements, and then you develop your design on that basis. So I don't know, here it's like dealing with architecture as if it's a 100% commodity. So give the option, see if people will be interested. Is it like that? So it's really an important thing probably you would want to think about in the future and look at it. The 2 other points about affordability and sustainability here. we always talk about when we reduce the scale and we work on housing or residential environments of that scale, what's your position or your view about sustainability, affordability here?
I think that, for one, I would say that this proposal promotes sustainability by redeveloping existing single-family properties, as opposed to, for example, what has been the case has been just continually expanding and continually sprawling suburbs. And so I'd say this is a way to add density, to layer back on something which has already been developed instead of going into new land. Like I talked about in Montgomery County, 85% of the land is developed already, and some of that remaining land is, you know, like agricultural land or natural reserves. And so I think that instead of saying, you know, let's start, you know, expanding into that, I think that this is a way to promote sustainability by reusing the existing land and building up on it. I think also in this intervention, I'm proposing keeping the existing homes and you know, sequentially adding on to them instead of like kind of wiping them out and starting over, which of course would be much more material intensive and carbon intensive. And then I would say, you know, I think that a limitation of this project is that I didn't really get into thinking about affordability very much. I think that what I tried to do was to right size the units, to start to say that, you know, the types, there are many more single person or two-person households than there were in the past. And so, you know, not everybody needs a whole single family house for their household. And so I think what I tried to do was break up these existing single family houses into something which was a bit more right sized for families today. And so I think in that way, that could help with affordability. But I would say that affordability isn't an area that I chose to investigate in detail in this thesis.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Say, Ben, that I really, I think that this thesis is very rich, and it's been great to see concepts that you explored in the Morocco studio as well as adaptations sort of come together. So I'd love to talk with you more about this after. But I think you've gotten some really good comments. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. Lisa. So what Lisa was talking about, to what extent maybe is there a clue, since you are somebody who picks up from context, maybe certain erased histories or erased communities that are part of the reason we don't have that connection, right? And then I think what Ashraf was saying about the sort of how do you make, maybe or misstate, but like make people behave a certain way. I think you're trying to provide opportunities, and I understand that. But I wonder if, like, I'm just imagining that, you know, I decide to live in one of these small units, but I don't have my own little courtyard where I can have my coffee and not talk to anybody. I'd like to hang out with the other people and see the kids playing and stuff like that, and maybe garden. Like, it seems to me gardening would be a great activity to also people. So I'm wondering if there's a way to design these houses more as a series of thresholds where you do have, you know, a sort of semi-private, and then, you know, you're completely private, and then there's an open space that's semi-private, and then there's a more, as opposed to, and I think, I don't know if it could be done within the existing typology, but it's an interesting approach. Yeah.
Yes.
His interest was in, I think, the process that we talked about a lot.
Yes.
And that, to your point, there was space for more investigation into what's the architecture that comes from that. So to your point of, if you have this idea about the community, what does the house look like the next scale?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that too. One of the important social drivers was those accidental meetings. One of the architectural issues I see is when I look at the facade, I think that living room doesn't quite know what it wants to be. And so I'm just wondering, instead of having people enter down that kind of narrow alley between the buildings, what if that living room building was the front door for the entire complex? Then everyone would be passing through that central space as they entered the complex and entered their own units off of it. I think that there would be many more accidental meetings. And I think that you would also have a kind of clearer direction for how to make the building, what it wants to look like, what the hierarchy wants to be. You know, that piece is just kind of nagging at me because it's taller than the other spaces, right? But it's a subordinate space. And I think then that would obviate the whole problem of going to Home Depot to buy the door. And, you know, that wouldn't be the door. You would really make a welcome, a kind of community welcome. And I think then that you would end up with a house that housed many configurations of individuals and families, but that had a kind of symbol of home for all of them. And I understand that getting people to want this is an important part of your program. And it just seems to me that you would be coming home to something pretty wonderful there, you know, both socially and architecturally. You'd be coming home to one of the big, beautiful houses in this area. I think, you know, I think as an architect, you know, you've got this problem to wrestle with. What's it look like, right? So how does it accomplish its social goals? But also, what does it look like? What is its, how does it speak to the community at large? How does it speak to people passing through on that, you know, big artery, Georgia Avenue? You know, so much to think about in your thesis, and I'm, you know, just more and more interested in how does the look of suburbia change as more of, as your ideas implemented in more and more places. And then also there could be those sort of permutations, like what happens if it's 3 houses? What if it's 3 in a row, not on a corner lot, you know? I think it's a wonderful exploration, and I'm now fantasizing about the extensions of your idea.
Thank you.
Just picking up on that, it's like, this is such a fascinating problem, and I love that you've taken it on. And I'm enjoying seeing where it went from the very beginning question. And I was just sort of tagging on to what Professor Simon was saying, maybe thinking about the sort of the typologies or the forms of housing that both express and enable conviviality, you know, so there's porches, there's sunrooms, there's even dormers, but living rooms, like spaces that are inherently collective, at least at the scale of the house. And so I could easily see what she was describing as that central piece becoming even more of a hub that maybe it even directly has an access into the house on the left, and because that's their living room. And maybe it has a big porch, like a big deep porch on the front that people could hang out on at the street. And there's just this welcoming and almost luring in quality to it. And maybe thinking about all of the edges of the building, because you know, the fire pit is a good move. It's in the right, you know, it's in a good spot. And that view of the activity that could take place back there, it's sort of defended space. There's a lot of eyes on it. That's all very promising. So maybe it's also looking at every edge where the building meets the outdoor space, like the way you have the where the dining room table is opening directly out into the fire pit. You know, where are the spaces that can be those sort of indoor outdoor threshold edges kind of things between even the single family and even in the apartments and the outdoor space on all the sides, right? Because the one side to the left is on that greenway. But I just also want to
admire your, the plans, sort of the apartment unit plans. They're very nicely done. And you know, that I get obsessive, so there's a few things that I might do with some doors, but I'm not going to talk about it because I think they're well zoned and they're, you know, thoughtful. So good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm I'm coming back to, I think Lisa picked up on some things about like whether it's site specific or whether it's not. In some ways that I struggle with that tension, because in some ways I want to know more about like you talk about, are we talking about 1 and 2 person households? Are we talking about young families? And I think like the age or demographic or the life position of people who would occupy these would be a very different way to kind of explain the value proposition or like what that community might look like. Because are we talking co-working? Are we talking like hobbies and retirement and like being around during the day? Are we talking childcare and play environments? And so, you know, I love that you are thinking about like, okay, how do we incorporate what's there? How do we think about densifying that plot? But I also kind of wish you were like iterating on that a few more times of what does it mean to add value as a shared space in there. And because to me, I feel like it looks a little too much like what like a condo might look like, where there's like a shared amenity room and like a shared outdoor space. And so I just feel like maybe there could have been a few before. I like kind of love your stage of the sketchy. That's like one of the prettiest imaginative moments in your renderings. And so I kind of wish you stayed longer in the exploration phase of what does it mean to really think about like how do we add value by adding that density or add, and what are those potential commodities or shared spaces really look like, and how would that differ depending if I'm talking about this type of demographic or this type of demographic. I think it's just something I'm curious about that feels like it almost got too resolved for me too fast without it being maybe a little bit more imaginative in the in between.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're running out of time, but I would say one thing. So what, and maybe this is a good thing because you address the issue of loneliness by saying, okay, we're going to provide as many units or a good amount of units for the land that you have here. And you left us with wondering, you know, is there value to the original Glenmont streetscape? You know, what happens to those original houses? Because you know, we're all architect here. At some point, we have to respond to the design of the buildings. And so your design solution is decidedly dense, decidedly busy. The identity of the original Glenmont house potentially is lost. And while I might find that something uncomfortable, all right, what you've done is you've made me think about it. That when we do you know, why did you not simply just put a 4 apartment unit at the back and preserve the Glenmont house in the front? Why did you not do that? Right? You could have done that, but you didn't. So you've taken us on a solution, and well, for me personally, you've made me uncomfortable, and I appreciate that. It makes me think.
Thank you.
Congratulations on a very productive semester. This is just some of the many beautiful drawings that Ben has produced. And I think it's been a semester where you worked hard to occupy a lot of in-betweens. You were in between 2 sides of Glenmont. That's what literally the site you were trying to occupy. You were in between architecture and planning. You were in between the past and the future. You were in between this idea that very early on, Ben presented an idea that intentional communities and co-housing is never built speculatively. It always has to be done with the community who it's for, which I think is the question that came up. But Ben was really interested in intentional communities. So we had to sort of or, you decided to take that on as your program, despite the fact that one of the first rules of intentional housing is that you never build it without the community itself, or that it always is done with the community. So you occupied this kind of in between chicken and egg place in the project itself. And I think that's a really hard place to be. And you stayed in that hard, productive space. You worked through it through design, through planning, through physical modeling, through hand sketching, through digital modeling. So I think you really invested in the learning, in the question asking, and in the provocations, so that we could have a rich, interesting conversation today, and so that you could learn all that you wanted to and sort of test the thesis statements you had about intentional communities. So despite sort of the ongoing discomfort of sitting in that liminal space all semester between all these different sides of the puzzle and sides of the problem, I mean, even in the 3 site sort of options, you chose the middle uncomfortable one.
Yeah.
You could have done a slick ADU. You could have done the developer-led kind of, tear them down and build some nice units. But you chose the hard one. You chose the atypical one. And I think that's a testament to your sort of commitment to learning and testing and to your thesis. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
We'll take a very short break, rearrange the chairs, and start here at the top of the hour. So the next presentation is by Daniel Pantoja, and Daniel is going to bring us to 3 projects that are near the water for the rest of the afternoon. Daniel's committee was made up by the chair, Georgianne Matthews, Britt Williams, and Juan Burke, who is joining us via live stream from Rome. Good for him. Daniel, take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel, and I present to you Repairing the Tear, Restoring the Anacostia River for Inclusive Urbanism. This thesis proposes intervention along the Anacostia River, specifically at Poplar Point. Here is where the site sits within the overall Anacostia River watershed, right near the confluence with the Potomac. This corridor is lined with major ecological and recreational assets, from the Arboretum and Kenilworth Aquatic Gardens to Kingman Island and the different sections of Anacostia Park. The site itself is 110 acres and is Section C of the overall Anacostia Park. Any development here must preserve 70 acres for park purposes. From the outside, the site seems like prime riverfront real estate. So what's the holdup? To understand that, we must look at the site's history. Originally home to the Nacotchtank people, the Anacostia was once a thriving, culturally rich wetland river. After the founding of Washington and the War of 1812, military and industrial uses, anchored by the Navy Yard, took hold of the shoreline and disrupted the relationship between people and water. In the early 1900s, the Army Corps dredged the river, destroying wetlands and creating new land. This included what became Anacostia Park, which is outlined in red in comparison to the then existing shoreline. By the 1920s, the park was racially segregated, and Section C, Poplar Point, was designated as the Black-only area. Over time, it has hosted different federal facilities rather than serving as a community asset. Starting in the 1950s, urban renewal displaced Black communities across the city and pushed many east of the river. Highways like I-295 followed, severing historic Anacostia from the waterfront. By the late 20th century, pollution and decades of federal uses left the river degraded and part of Poplar Point contaminated. In 2008, Congress authorized transferring the site to the district, but no redevelopment has moved forward. Today, Poplar Point is a riverfront landscape with enormous potential, but remains a wounded and unrealized public asset. The thesis asks, how can architecture reconnect a divided riverfront community through civic and ecological restoration? Now that we understand the history, the next step is to introduce the 4 drivers that shape this project. These lenses help frame the site and guide how the thesis question is tested. These 4 drivers are community, accessibility, food access, and resilience. Together, they reveal the core shortfalls on the site and form the foundation for the design moves in this thesis. Starting off with community, the people who call this place home. Anacostia is a community rooted in legacy, culture, and creativity. It's a place where history, everyday life along Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, and artistic expression shape a strong sense of identity. Even the murals reflect that identity, like this one, painted with the face of a young girl who actually lives in this neighborhood. Above all, this is a community that gathers for music, for celebration, and for each other. Despite this rich and vibrant culture, this community still faces challenges. Starting off, neighborhoods east of the river face higher rates of child poverty, unemployment, and have disproportionately lower median household incomes than neighborhoods west of the river. Today, access into Poplar Point is extremely limited. There are only 2 ways into the site, through Marion Barry Avenue and Anacostia Drive. While the Anacostia Metro Station is close, there are no bus routes that go directly into the park. The nearest bus stop leaves you at the edge of the site. Even the water taxi only stops across the river at Nationals Park, and only on game days. Movement into the site is constrained, and most of that is shaped by the presence of I-295. To understand that barrier, let's look at point A and point B. At point A, entering the site from Marionberry Avenue means passing under a series of elevated ramps. Here, I-295 is at its highest point, creating a heavy overhead condition. As you move toward the Metro Garage, the highway drops closer to grade and becomes less visually dominant. At point B, the only way to reach the riverfront from historic Anacostia and Berry Farm is again by going under I-295, either at Howard Road or Suitland Parkway. Here, the highway again forms a physical and visual barrier between neighborhood and water. In this map, the orange circles show grocery store locations across DC. What's striking is that about 80% of the city's food deserts are concentrated in Ward 7 and 8, the only two wards east of the river. Food access in Anacostia isn't just about grocery stores, it's about the everyday experience of being cut off from services that other neighborhoods take for granted. As one resident put it, they don't deliver across the river. After learning that restaurants in Navy Yard, less than a mile away, wouldn't deliver to his home in Anacostia. The reality is that the experience of getting fresh food is vastly different on the east side of the river. When we look at resilience, topography raises an area of concern. In yellow, we find areas of the site that sit at 6 feet or below in elevation. This puts parts of the site at high risk of flooding. In fact, most of Poplar Point sits within the 100-year storm floodplain, which would create an 11-foot surge. This makes large portions of the site vulnerable. Point B shows the lowest areas, where flooding is most severe, while point A shows higher ground that is at lower risk. Sea level rise is also a major concern for this site. Intermediate high projections show water levels rising by about 5 feet by the year 2100. This again puts those areas of the site at low elevation at high risk of being underwater in the future. Any development here has to be designed with long-term resilience in mind. Now, the proposed design, the response to the project drivers, and the needs identified. For a brief recap, here are the site's current conditions. On the west is the Bridge District, a development that brings mixed-use multifamily housing to this edge of Anacostia. Next to it is a portion of the site that remains closed to the public due to contaminated soils. Moving further east, we reach the Metro Garage. We also reach the National Park Service facilities, which the RFP for this site notes can be relocated for future developments. We also see Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, which is the culturally rich corridor at the heart of historic Anacostia. And on the far right, we see the future site of the 11th Street Bridge project, designed to connect opposite sides of the river. And finally, we see the river's current edge, which is in urgent need of remediation. Here is the master plan, a proposal that reconnects historic Anacostia to Poplar Point and Poplar Point back to the river. It establishes a new urban edge that extends the Bridge District, introducing mixed-use multifamily housing, a civic anchor, a resilient riverfront park, and a pedestrian bridge. This thesis will focus on how these layers work together to repair the site's ecological and social connections, culminating with the architectural proposal of the civic anchor. Let's break down those layers. The master plan introduces Anacostia Gateway Road, a new main road that improves access and circulation across the site. Aligned with the Washington Monument, the plan creates a visual axis that orients both the proposed pedestrian bridge and the civic anchor. Portions of the site with contaminated soil remain closed to the public, allowing for remediation to occur over time. Finally, the shoreline is reconfigured in response to flood and sea level rise risks, introducing a 100-foot buffer in a resilient riverfront park designed for future climate adaptation. Let's zoom in and look more closely at the park. This park introduces Poplar Cove, a protected waterfront area designed to accommodate a small marina, the first east of the river water taxi station, and a kayak launch. It also features a hybrid edge, combining hard edges to support public access and soft edges where ecological restoration can thrive. So why take this hybrid approach? A National Park Service survey for the Reimagine Anacostia Park project showed strong community support for nature-based solutions along the river's edge to address flooding. Most responders favored a natural or combined shoreline, reflecting a shared desire for closer connection to the river. You may be wondering, how is a soft edge achieved given the contaminated soils on site? This is where the Anacostia River Sediment Project comes into play, a remediation effort identifying areas of the river with both contaminated and healthy, clean sediment. This sediment is then dredged and contaminated soils are disposed of, while healthy soils are preserved. A clay or engineered soil cap is then applied to the riverbed to contain any remaining pollutants. Lastly, through their beneficial reuse program, clean sediment from the river is placed over the cap, creating a new, healthy, soft edge. The soft edges in the thesis use that same technique, sourcing clean sediment directly from the Anacostia watershed. Now, the park programming, which is organized into 3 main zones. First, the active recreation zone, numbers 1 through 5, includes a playground, basketball court, small soccer field, tennis court, and a volleyball court. Next, the waterfront zone, numbers 6 and 7, feature waterfront steps and 2 flanking piers that bring people directly to the river's edge. Lastly, the community and gathering zone, numbers 8 through 11, offer open seating, a bike trail that connects to the existing Anacostia River Walk Trail, an amphitheater, and a flexible event lawn at the center. The flexible event lawn can host just about anything. Today, it's a farmer's market. Tomorrow, a festival. In the winter, imagine it glowing with Christmas lights or packed with an ice skating ring. On the 4th of July, people could gather here for fireworks or in the summer, spread out for movie nights at the park. The possibilities are endless. Looking at the parking section, we can see that it's designed above the base flood elevation, represented here with a dashed blue line. This represents a 11-foot surge that would be created during a 100-year storm. The dashed gray line shows the existing site elevation. And as we can notice, the site currently sits entirely below that base flood elevation, showing why the site is prone to flooding. This buffer includes the park's soft edges and piers. It's designed to inundate during severe storm events, acting as a protective barrier for the rest of the park and surrounding buildings. As shown in this diagram, even under peak flood conditions, water levels remain within the buffer zone. Under everyday conditions, the river's edge becomes a living system again. These soft edges support wetlands that once thrived on the site, filtering water, rebuilding habitat, and creating space for native species to return. What you're seeing here is a future where the river is restored to health. And during severe storm events, the terraces and planted wetlands absorb and slow the surge, creating a resilient buffer that shields the community from flooding. With the ecological framework established, the project can now shift to the civic architecture that anchors the site and reconnects the community. Returning to the master plan for a moment, I want to reorient us within the larger site. We're now going to zoom in to the overlook at Anacostia Commons, the civic anchor at the heart of the project. To understand how the building takes shape, we'll start with the massing development. The massing for this project draws from the marketplace typology, typically organized as bars, often paired with a plaza or a courtyard. This thesis proposes 2 bars, one dedicated for market spaces and the other for community programming, with the central courtyard serving as the shared gathering space. The bars then open outward, framing views to the riverfront and aligning with key landmarks like the Washington Monument and the Capitol. An atrium is then introduced between the 2 bars to navigate grade change on site and to create continuous circulation. Finally, the river-facing end of the community bar is lifted into a cantilever, creating an unobstructed ground plane and elevating the event space as a symbolic gesture for the community. On the south side of the first floor, the community center grounds the floor plan with its lobby, some service spaces, and a daycare. Here is the primary entrance from anyone arriving from the metro station garage, creating a gateway into the building. From this approach, visitors can choose to enter the building directly or continue along the exterior path beneath the cantilever, moving towards the park or the marketplace beyond. After entering the building, visitors are drawn towards the atrium, the central space that introduces the Hall of Heroes and the Reflection Hall. The Hall of Heroes celebrates local identity and the community figures who shaped Anacostia, including Frederick Douglass. This space is the threshold in the project, guiding visitors directly into the marketplace. Once visitors reach the marketplace, they're met with a range of vendor stalls that bring the space to life. Most of these stalls line the perimeter walls, shown in the plan in lavender and purple. Together, they make up a total of 35 vendors throughout the building. The first floor also offers generous seating areas, and on the east side, a 1,200 square foot grocery store. These vendor stalls follow a set of standard sizes that support different types of businesses. Type 1 is a 10 by 10 purchase stand, ideal for a flower shop, crafts, or small retail. Type 2 is also 10 by 10, but designed for display and light food service, like bagels or coffee. Type 3 expands to 20 by 10 and supports cooking, display, and seating, the scale you'd expect for vendors serving things like burgers or pizza. Type 4 is the same size and serves the same function, but is positioned between other stalls. And Type 5 at 30 by 10 accommodates larger food operations such as seafood, meats, an ice cream shop, or even a bakery. The marketplace is envisioned to operate under a community land trust model, ensuring that this space remains community-owned and that vendor rent stays permanently affordable. This structure supports local businesses and establishes the marketplace as an economic engine for Anacostia's community. Moving to the second floor, users arrive to the main entry coming off from the pedestrian bridge on the right, bringing visitors up an elevated path and directly into the atrium. In this section, you can see how this entry serves historic Anacostia, providing a direct walkable connection over the barrier that is I-295 and onto the site. From the pedestrian bridge, visitors cross Anacostia Gateway Road and enter the atrium, framed by the two bars of the building. Inside the atrium, visitors can head over to either the marketplace or the community center. The grand stairs also offer seating with views out to the landscape, the river, and the DC horizon. On the second floor of the community center, we have a tech and senior lounge, a multi-purpose room, open seating, conference rooms, and a double-height event hall with its own kitchen. This double-height event space sits at the cantilevered end of the community center, opening to expansive views of the landscape and the river. It can host everything from birthdays and weddings to graduation parties or community celebrations. It's a flexible space elevated to honor the people it serves. From the amphitheater, you can see how the event space opens towards the landscape, reinforcing the connection between the community center and the riverfront. This elevated position gives the event space a civic presence, visible from the park and tied directly to the public realm below. On the second floor of the marketplace, we continue to see more of the vendor stalls introduced earlier, along with generous seating areas and balconies providing grand views to the landscape. Portions of this level are open to the first floor, improving visibility to vendor stalls and creating a more connected market experience. On the east side of this floor, there's also a dedicated space for a restaurant. Lastly, on the third floor, the community center includes a dance hall, a fitness room, a second multi-purpose room, open seating, a game room, and offices for staff and operations. To the north, the third floor of the marketplace offers a demonstration kitchen and at the center, a rooftop garden. This garden is not intended to supply the market, but rather to engage community members and to foster stewardship alongside the demo kitchen. This level also includes a wraparound balcony, additional seating, and office space for marketplace staff, completing the building's programming. Cutting through the marketplace, we can see the vendor stalls lining the perimeter walls of the second and first floors, as well as the rooftop garden on the third floor. The balcony spaces throughout the marketplace help mitigate the harsh southern sun, reducing heat gain and improving comfort within the building. The proposed master plan reimagines Poplar Point as the connective tissue between historic Anacostia and the river, transforming a fragmented edge into a unified civic landscape. Today, the site sits entirely below the base flood elevation. The proposed design introduces a resilient riverfront park, a civic anchor, and a pedestrian bridge, a set of interventions that work together to restore the landscape and reconnect the community. The master plan strengthens access across the site, creating clear, walkable connections from historic Anacostia into the park, the marketplace, and the riverfront. It also establishes strong visual and spatial axes, aligning with the Bridge District and the 11th Street Bridge Park to integrate the site into the larger landscape. Reconnection begins with restoration of the land, the river, and the public realm. This thesis transforms the site, long defined by division and underuse, into a community asset, a local economic engine, a resilient landscape, and a riverfront park, one that can finally belong to the people of Anacostia. Thank you for your time, and I open the floor to any comments or questions.
Location, just to make sure I'm clear on it. Is the site that you're looking at where there is currently a rec center and tennis courts? Right, is it the-
No,
Before
so
you get to the
that
road?
is further east. This site is directly across from the Navy Yards, and there is no.
So it's to the left of A, further west? south?
I guess I can show you on this map here. But this
Yeah.
entire site is right here, and the tennis courts that
These,
you're
okay.
talking about are further over
It's
here.
after the roadway? I thought it wasn't after the bridge. Okay. Got it. Just had that logistical question.
The spot I feel like I've driven by, on 295 many times, and you're like, oh, what is over there? You certainly picked a very challenging site. And I think, I'm curious, because I think you said it at the very end, is that I think you're adding tons of fill to address the elevation challenge with, like, I really appreciated the analysis and the maps that you showed with the flood risk. I think trying to understand, like, this one section is really helpful, but like then how that works at like this one and how that would resolve itself on the edges could be challenging. So that's maybe one question. And then when you're doing that much fill, like, where's that coming from? Were there any other ways to think about strategies to do that without fill? But I appreciate the response to awareness that it would flood. Like, there's a reason there's probably not much built here. So it's, to some degree, it's a question, is that really important that this becomes a place with fixed buildings and infrastructure like that? And then how do you flood proof? Do you add fill or do you put it on stilts? And then I was kind of curious what those kind of smaller blocks were, if that was housing or what that what that looked like, and again, how that felt like it was part of the kind of river scape.
Yeah. So to answer the first question, I am cutting a lot of the site with the reconfiguration of the shoreline. And also any development for this site actually has to build 2 feet above the base flood elevation. So any sort of development here has to fill anyway. It's kind of part of the resilience requirements for this site. But I do know that there is sort of like a challenge with the cut and fill. I am cutting about 15 acres, and then the rest is about 20. So there's almost an even proportion there. But there's also some contaminated soils on site, so that would definitely have to be explored further. And as for the other buildings, they are proposed to be mixed-use multifamily buildings and some townhomes. This is a 110-acre site, so it felt like just proposing just one building or one civic anchor would not do it justice. So that is why this master plan is proposed. I didn't go in depth about what these other buildings could look like, because that wasn't the focus for this thesis, but I feel like any sort of real development here would definitely take that into account.
Great. And just last question, what's the red line?
Oh, the red line is the bike trail.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead with, thank you very much for the presentation, and I see, my view, very, good, graphics language throughout the project, good navigation of scales also, because, you're moving from a very large scale to architecture scale. The most important point I would say, and I understand that the massing here in the master plan is basically trying to create a context to your building, right?
Mhm.
Without really thinking too much of the nature or heights or all of that. So now the question is about your building. Was there a massing strategy? Why it's taken this shape or why it's taken this form? How did you come up with the form in relation to the site and all of that?
Yeah, oh, actually, you can see the massing development diagrams at the
Mhm.
top there.
Yes.
I did start by looking at different marketplaces, and a lot of them historically are shaped in bars. So there are so many different iterations of what this could end up looking like. But I did like how these bars usually had like colonnades for people to just walk down and see all the vendors. And they often had like plazas or courtyards. So I really wanted a building that not just engaged people inside, but also with the landscape. And then this site does actually have great views to DC and the Washington Monument and the Capitol, as I mentioned.
Mhm.
So that's why it then opened outward to frame those views.
Okay. Another point about the type of program,
Mhm.
it's like the actual activities or the proposition of activities. How did you arrive at them?
Well, this site in this area of DC, Ward 7 and 8, have food deserts. So I found that it would be important to provide an area that could help resolve those issues. And we landed upon a marketplace because it offers small enough vendor spaces that can accommodate these small businesses. Along Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, there are mixed-use multifamily projects, but usually these spaces are either too big or too expensive for small businesses to rent and to occupy. So these smaller vendor spaces seem more appropriate.
Okay. One final point about the word inclusive here.
Uh-huh.
Do you think you're achieving that at the master plan level or at the building scale or at building level? Which one?
The hope is that at all, I know that at all scales, I know that, building this sort of riverfront park and, housing can not be fully, affordable, but so I know that there would be problems with like rising costs of land, but with the CLT model and with the like Hall of Heroes and stuff like that, the community program, the goal is to sort of like ingrain community in this site and to hopefully have it maintain that community identity.
Mhm. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You. Uh, So I'm wondering, you said this is directly across from Navy Yard.
Yeah.
Are the arms opening to welcome Navy Yard? My question really is this. You're trying to bring economic development. There's very little communication across the river.
Mhm.
There's, I think, a lot of money in Navy Yard.
Yeah.
You're offering a lot of stuff to buy in Anacostia. You've got I think a ferry terminal, but it's not right, it's not like part of this looking back and forth. opportunity that I think you're creating. What if I was in Navy Yard? I looked across, I saw this welcoming looking building. I saw the ferry and I said, you know, let's go explore and have some fun.
Yeah.
There's all this great food. There's a real thriving arts culture in Anacostia. So I think there's a bit more opportunity. In your beautiful drawings, we're not seeing the other side of the river.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that connection isn't very important. Well, yeah, we are, but we're not
Yeah.
putting in plans.
Yeah, yeah.
I like plans. Just one more thing. If you're thinking about some of these small stalls as food businesses,
Mhm.
I think there's a real opportunity to create a more of a business incubator in the building, because having access to a commercial kitchen is vital to starting food businesses. You have that very nice progression from the smallest up to the largest. I can see people, you know,
Yeah.
cooking something in that building, selling it in a small stall and kind of gradually expanding and getting successful and renting one, you know, a restaurant space there. Same thing with artists. If they had access to printing presses and looms and all that jazz,
Yeah.
you know, they could then be have spaces to sell. And all of this, I think, would be very attractive to people looking for something fun to do on a weekend afternoon, an evening,
Yeah.
you know, whatever. I think it could reinforce both your program and also reinforce that form of the building, because really it's not opening up to Anacostia, but it's opening up to, you know, parts of DC across the river.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Daniel.
Hello.
This is a very impressive presentation. The drawings are quite nicely done
Thank
and
you.
very clear. And the tectonics of the building, I think are very nice.
Thank you.
And you're to be complimented on that. And I also, you know, I think the urbanistics, if we can accept the floodplain issues to some degree, you know, bringing the city and more residents close to the water is a good thing. You know, that would be a welcome thing. I mean, the city's pulled back from the water in many places, and having more contact and more proximity there, particularly for this neighborhood where the highway went in and cut all that off quite dramatically, is a good thing. And I think your continuation of that street with a pedestrian bridge is a nice way to do that. And, you know, this is almost like a little island because there's only so many ways you can get to it and things. And I think if I was facing the project towards the Washington Monument, I think I'd draw the Washington Monument bigger in that. Can we see it in that perspective? I can't see it from here, but
Unfortunately, yeah, you can see the Capitol.
is it away for renovation or something? Or did Trump do something with it? I mean,
Yeah, it's playing hide and
so
seek right now.
I guess the thing that concerns me a little bit though is the sort of the reading of public and private in the building and in the urbanism, because making this bridge continuing this street, which is a public street and a public right of way, it concerns me a little that I get across the bridge and I have to go into a building, and that's a very private thing to do, you know. And it concerns me even more that the functions on either side don't necessarily need to be connected, right? One's a market and the other's a community building, right? So they have a civic nature to them, but they're not dependent on each other functionally, right?
Correct.
Right. And I wonder, I end up wondering that, being concerned that this solution here is kind of suburban, that this building's kind of floating a lot in this landscape here. And I think if you were to do one more iteration of this, what I would try to do with this, and I like what it does, you know, I think the general disposition of it is just fine. I think what I would do would be to try and shove this stuff closer to it and make even these pieces seem like they were the ends of the blocks, so that there was a more kind of solid engagement with the fabric next door and the sense that this is the main public space, because this thing is very suburban in how it floats around here.
Yeah.
And even the fact that it's bilaterally symmetrical suggests an evenness to either side, which I think you don't intend. you know, and I think it would cause you, if you did that, if it was part of this block, you still could have it read as a public building with a public scale, but it would cause you to have to make a more public facade on one side of the building and make it less opaque and more, you know, engaged with that space. So I think making this all a little tighter would make all of this seem more dramatic, first of all. Second of all, on the section, I said it, you know, I think this is really great. The bridge coming across and all that. But then the second bridge is a little bit weird to me. And I could imagine pulling the building almost up to this point, these little plugs here, pulling this whole thing over so that I'm on a terrace overlooking this with a public space that someone can be at any time of the day with a stair on either side going down.
Yeah.
And I don't have to go in the building.
Yeah.
So it's a way through the urban fabric that remains public no matter what,
Yeah.
right? And I think if you did that, you would be giving a public role more to the space and the sequence, and the buildings would make the facades to that and framing that by their facades. And it would suggest to me that the expression on this side versus expression on that side, same for this, would be different. Would be, you know, one might be more opaque, one might be more transparent, but it would engage more of that space. I still think it could be monumental. I still think it could be very public and have many of the, it's not a question of language. It's a question of how you treat the outside of the building relative to how you define public space.
Yeah.
And I think the problem for me is going in the building in such a public way and not really having an alternative to that, right? I have to go in to get out here, right? I have to keep
In a
the
way.
sequence going, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's ways to achieve that, even if you just came across, and I want to slide this whole thing over, but just came across and I was on that level, there on an elevated terrace overlooking all this stuff, and I could see the park below me. I think that would really be a terrific experience, and it would seem more public than it does right now.
Yeah.
You know, I think though, you know, it's a nice project. I think the building, you've gotten a long way, you know, nice on those, although probably townhouses, you probably would do something a little denser here, I would think,
Yeah.
given all the fill and all that stuff, but maybe not, I don't know. But it's nice, I think this whole idea of trying to inhabit this is a good thing. You know, and the building is handsome, but for me, it still has a kind of almost suburban quality to it because it's floating with all this green space around it.
Yeah.
And I want the urbanism of this to be more intense and the building to help define that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure, I'll just make a really brief comment, and it follows on Professor Simon's comment earlier about re-engaging the other side of the river. I just wondered, in your research on the indigenous population's use of the river, you said it was really integral to their way of life. Did they treat the river as a more of a connection between banks than we currently do in DC?
So from my research, I saw that the river was an area for trade and for commerce, and they relied on the wetlands. But then after the development of DC, we degraded the river and industrial uses took over. So there was definitely a stronger relationship between people and water back then. And hopefully through this project and the restoration, bringing back some of those wetlands that used to exist here, help with some of the restoration of the current conditions of the river, which it's still not fishable or swimmable.
Yeah, so I guess just following up on that, and that's a wonderful inspiration for the project. I think specifically that aspect of a denser connectivity between the banks would really reimagine what this city is.
Yeah. So to also bounce back on what Professor Simon said earlier, the 11th Street Bridge is already this major project that aims to reconnect both sides, and there is the Frederick Douglass Bridge flanking the other end of the site. So I'm kind of flanked by two bridges. So at the very beginning, there was this thought about till we add another bridge, but I don't think we need a third bridge. So the hope is to, create this closed loop system with the opposite side of the river. Doing that with the water taxi, the existing infrastructure, the kayak launch, the bike trail, et cetera.
Thank you.
Just one more thing. Sorry. You talked about ecological restoration, right?
Correct.
And that's at the planning level?
Yeah, like on the edge of the river?
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, now we want to go to the building scale.
Yeah.
So tell us a little more about some form of sustainable design measures in your project.
Yeah, so I decided to use mass timber structure because it is more of a, I guess, sustainable alternative compared to like something like steel. And I also have materials like charred wood and vertical steel for the facade. And I also have the balconies on the south sides of the facade so that the building does not overheat, takes into account those harsh southern suns. Yeah. So definitely the material choices picked for the facades.
Thank you.
I live in Southwest, so I've actually walked along this path before. And what I thought most compared to walking other parts of walking along the river is just how stark it is. So to me, it's super interesting to think about what you could put here.
Yeah.
You really get a really detailed presentation. I want to commend you for your attention to the history of this place, what was there, the people that could be here, what they might need. So that's been just really careful and attentive. So I think that's really well done. I think for me, there's a similar question here of your interest in the overall process or the building, right? I think a lot of your presentation was about how you got here, and I think, again, commend you on that, and that's impressive on many levels, just thinking about it all. And I think we get to the building, that's the bit, and I think that's what everyone's kind of coming to, the questions about the building at the end that are the answer to what you're talking about, that even the plan makes so much sense too for me in the sense of there's already the buildings there. And so what do you build the thing between the construction already there, the bridge district and the water? So that actually makes a lot of sense to me of here's how you could maintain the green part and the water and build more. So all that is really logical. But then the building, I think that's the piece that has a little bit more to be squeezed out of it in terms of, I think the comment about arriving and being able to get to the stairs without getting in the building. And because what is really interesting here is that you are making a new landscape, literally.
Yeah.
And that people can enjoy just the landscape and not the building. And so thinking about that sequence is really powerful about that. I think you don't do yourself any favors with the red line coming through. It's just as like a graphic moment
Yeah.
here that like, I don't think the red band helps you out here. Because you're telling a few stories here and many of them are told pretty well about the land and the people and the water and what's in them. And it's like a little bit more of a push about the building and like how the building really resolves your question. I think your answer just now about mass timber, I suspect you thought about it more than just that, right? Like mass timber is like a quick answer.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, for the building programming, as I mentioned earlier, the marketplace is to address the food deserts on site. The CLT model is to ensure that the community owns this land so that it remains affordable. There's also the spaces like the Hall of Heroes and having a community center to, retain that community identity. It could be so easy to just, propose like expensive luxury housing or apartment buildings here, but really with the programming of that civic anchor was to try to maintain the identity of Anacostia and sort of honor them and try to give this site back to them, kind of turn it into the community asset that it wants to be.
It is already really popular when I go down there. There's that weird sculpture of the boat that's near the park? You know, that weird like children's play area? That
That
looks like
might-
a pirate ship or something?
Yeah, that
I'm
might
just
be-
saying it's already a really popular part of the city. When you're there on the weekends,
Yeah.
people are barbecuing. It is already a place that belongs to the community. They're already using it. So
Well, I mean, those are the other sections of Anacostia Park.
this like connects to it though. This creates another
Yes,
connection. Yeah.
yes, this is the area of Anacostia Park that has the National Park Service facility. So for the public right now, there only is just like an open field. And the times that I've been to site, there hasn't been anyone.
I'm not challenging. I'm actually
yeah.
saying in support of your idea that
Oh.
the coast is already popular with people who are there. Like it's already usable and full
Mhm.
on the weekends. I'm just, this is another facility for them.
Okay. Yeah, they are they are vacating.
Is there anything you can tell us about the inspiration for the architecture? Like I understand you chose heavy timber plays prominently in it, but what was the inspiration for the look of the building?
Well, we went
If any.
through different iterations. As you can see, the building also has these sort of V-shaped lateral bracing there, and that is sort of inspired to echo the language that you would see in the 11th Street Bridge. It has those V supports as well. And then there's also another building that's part of the Bridge District, the closest one actually to the site, that will also be made out of mass timber. So those are just some of the ways that it was kind of continuing the language of the context around it. There's also another marketplace building in Anacostia that is made entirely out of mass timber. So that's, yeah, sycamore and oak. So that's what inspired some of this language.
And quickly, the second floor, what are the functions that enjoy the best view? So in this exterior perspective, the riverfront approach, on the both sides on each floor, what are the functions that get the best views? Or most
So all of the space that you see with the V bracing, those two floors in the marketplace have the open seating. So that space is dedicated entirely for the community to be able to sit and enjoy those grand views. And then obviously in the community center, at the very end is the event space.
You know, one of the things I admire about your project is your desire to deal with it at the scale of the landscape, the scale of urbanism, and the scale of the building. And that's a comprehensive approach that a thesis ought to embrace. And I think that's very much to be respected and talked about. You know, it's sort of interesting, though, to me, that when you're reasonably sophisticated as you were last semester in making urban fabric, you know how to do that. But when you get to the civic building, I'm going back to this, the civic building sort of detaches itself, you know.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very modernist sort of approach about civic buildings that is unfortunate, that the building, the only way to modulate the building is through how it is a kind of architectural porcupine to the fabric, rather than how you modulate the scale of the surface, and it changes its identity because of how it looks and how it's articulated, not through how it's planned.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's something I would think about, you know, as you go onward here, because while there are things about the building I could admire and like about it, when I think about it urbanistically, it's the weakest part of the thesis to me, because it really disengages in a way that you're trying hard to engage everything else. And the part that bothers me the most is this sort of U shape of green space around it between the highway and the two residential neighborhoods. And that's kind of a non-defined area. Why make it? You know, why not just push it more towards one way or another? Either make it more of an object that's freed from that, or make it something that is, which I would prefer and think probably be more successful, something that reads as civic, but has object-like qualities, but not only that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think that is a a way of making urban buildings in the city that much of our profession suffers from. They have the porcupine complex, you know, I'm making an important building and therefore it shall be distinct from everything else around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, great cities are not made that way. They're really not. You know, you look at the, you know, the historic buildings in, you know, like the Palazzo Vecchio in Florence, it's attached to a bunch of other fabric and its scale changes on one side, but on the other sides, it's kind of something else. And I think that's a really super important lesson. For a while, we could admire the language and your dexterity at handling all these things, which is considerable. I think that the next step would be, what if you were to challenge yourself with this sort of building and say, well, how would I change it if I wanted to make it less of a porcupine and more of something that was more integrated in a sophisticated way with the blocks around it?
Thank you.
An architectural porcupine is a very common way of talking about architecture. Everybody knows that, but anyhow.
Right. Daniel, and I'm going to walk up so you can hear me. Daniel has been a pleasure to work with. And what many of you don't know is that Daniel couldn't speak this morning. Daniel's been sick for the last 2 days. And that is the kind of student that Daniel has been. Daniel started out with a Water's Edge project and wanting to reclaim the water, very much interested in the landscape architecture component, realized that context required the design of a master plan. Daniel said, yep, I'm on it. I'm on it. How do you engage this metro? This is a metro stop, by the way. So I don't know if Daniel actually said that. How do you explore views across the river? How do you engage that connectivity? How do you design a building that's civic in scale? How do you unite a disenfranchised community? You met the challenge every step of the way, and you're here today. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
Yes.
He started talking because Stephanie told him he had to start talking, and that
We are going to take a quick break to flip the boards and we will start back here, at the top of the hour.
by the mic. I would have given you credit. Stephanie told me she talked you out of it.
Yeah.
It's her fault. Yeah, nice job.
Thank you.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I know, I totally get it. It's.
We're going to get started again. Please find your place in the shade. Ashraf needs some sunglasses. You need some sunglasses. You're okay for the moment. I'm sure she'll be back in a minute or two. All right, we're going to get started. We are going to review Alvaro Nunez's thesis presentation. The committee was chaired by Peter Noonan, and the committee members are Brian Kelly and myself. So take it away when you're ready. Continuing on the waterfront.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alvaro, and I want to thank you, my chair, committee members, family and friends for their support so far. This thesis focuses on historic fishing towns as communities that have shaped cultural identity and coastal economies for generations. And today, these towns are facing rising seas, flooding, and housing shortages that threaten not just the buildings, but also the livelihoods and the heritage that is tied to the water. So relocating inland might seem safer, but it would erase their connection to the coast, which is the foundation of their culture and economy. So there's a study by Lisa Colburn in which fish-independent coastal communities are substantially more socially vulnerable than other coastal communities in the US. And they're scoring 10 to 30% higher across multiple vulnerability indices. So the research statistically confirms that communities reliant on commercial fishing face disproportionate social and economic risks, particularly as climate change accelerates coastal disruption. So sea level rise projections along the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic coast are rising nearly 3 times faster than the global average. And there's a high emission scenario in which it goes about 3 feet by 2100. So a projected 3-foot rise in sea level rise by 2100 means that during a storm surges, water levels could climb several feet higher, and that would cause severe inland flooding and putting those low-lying neighborhood and infrastructure at extreme risk. Then trying to understand about fishing as a cultural identity. The act of fishing extends far beyond the ocean. It shapes the entire cultural and economic identity of the waterfront, from preparation and harvesting to processing, the distribution and consumption of the fish. The fishing industry creates an interconnected cycle of labor, family, and local economy. But however, this culture is also rooted in extremely physically demanding and high-risk work. So many fishermen operate as independent contractors without consistent health insurance or labor protections, which leads them to long-term injuries, chronic pain, and elevated vulnerability to substance abuse within the working waterfront communities. So these social, cultural, and environmental realities begin to inform the architectural response of the thesis. So looking at precedents like the Tofino Fishing Pier in Vancouver, Canada. So this project demonstrates how adaptive reuse and resilient waterfront design can coexist. And it elevates vulnerable program above the floodplain while reinforcing the working pier below with flood tolerant and service oriented spaces. And at the same time, the project preserves the waterfront as both a workplace and a community anchor for the local indigenous fishing community that's in Tofino. Another precedent, similarly, the Jean-Marie Cultural Center by Renzo Piano demonstrates how architecture can reinterpret the local architecture and the local building traditions into contemporary tectonic expression. And so he was inspired by the Melanesian huts. So the project reinforces the culture and identity of the place and creates environmental responsiveness while translating that vernacular heritage. Then Venice became an important historical precedent in understanding the long-term human coexistence with water. So for centuries, the city has relied on timber, pile foundations, elevated construction, canals, and adapted infrastructure to negotiate the changing tides and the flooding conditions. So this reinforced how architecture and urbanism can work with water rather than against it, embedding the resilience directly into the foundations, the public realm, and the daily life of the people. So ultimately, this leads to the central thesis question. How might architecture create climate resilient communities that fortify both the cultural identity and economic livelihood of historic fishing communities? So the project is located along Gloucester's working waterfront in Cape Ann, Massachusetts. And the site exists directly within the working waterfront, where the identity of the town has been shaped for centuries by the relationship between labor, industry, and the Atlantic Ocean. Then Gloucester's history is deeply tied to the fishing culture. And it's the United States' oldest fishing port that was established in 1623. So this history reveals that it's not only has a strong cultural identity, but also an ongoing dependence on the water that now faces increasing environmental vulnerability through flooding, sea level rise, and climate change. Then the material ecology of Cape Ann is deeply shaped by its maritime and industrial history, from the historic granite quarries, stone seawalls, weathered driftwood fishing nets, timber docks, and brick waterfront facades. So all of these textures and materials embody like this rugged relationship between industry, labor, and the North Atlantic, becoming an important tectonic and atmospheric influence for the thesis. So this material and cultural identity is also reflected in Gloucester's built environment. As you can see, the civic and institutional buildings throughout the town carry a strong colonial and Victorian character. While the residential neighborhoods are defined by coastal homes with shingle siding, pitched roofs, and intimate domestic scales. And then there's a contrast. The working waterfront shifts dramatically in character. So it becomes more of an industrial, utilitarian, and closed off with large warehouse structures. And there's limited porosity, and architecture is driven primarily by labor and production. So if the working waterfront has continuously evolved over time in response to economic, environmental, and industrial pressures, then why do we often treat the waterfront edge as something fixed and permanent today? So this led to an exploration of how Gloucester's waterfront edge has transformed over time, revealing a landscape that is in constant adaptation rather than permanence. So you can see in the overlay diagram how that edge has changed over time. So there are several important landmarks throughout Gloucester that reinforce the town's cultural and maritime identity. But of particular importance is the Henry Fitz Lane House, which is the one you see on the top left of the screen, which was built in 1848 and is positioned at one of the highest points and open spaces at the waterfront. And it establishes a strong visual and historical relationship between the town, the harbor, and the Atlantic. So the existing condition of the site is defined by deteriorating 1950s industrial warehouse structures, the ones you see dashed at the waterfront, and they occupy and obstruct much of the waterfront edge, limiting public access, visual connectivity, and the relationship between the community and the harbor. And as you can see here, this is a diagram showing the School of Architecture to test the scale of it. So right now we're in the small square right here. And this one, the big square, is like the size of the site, which is 4 acres. Then this is a simplified party idea that organizes the project proposal into 3 primary zones. So it's a civic and community core at the arrival to the waterfront, then a central community pier that is aligned with that house that is on the hill, the Henry Fitz Lane house, and it establishes a strong visual connection between history and water. So programmatically composed of a community center, a health well-being facility, seafood market, and finally, the fishermen's live-work housing. And this is the figure ground of the proposed design. So as you can see on the master plan, it organizes the waterfront as a continuous sequence of civic, residential, and working spaces that reconnect Gloucester's historic downtown to the harbor while balancing the public life, fishing culture, and resilient coastal infrastructure. Then in this axonometric further illustrates how the project is organized around a series of interconnected open spaces that act as centers where people can link between the community, Gloucester's maritime history, and the waterfront itself. And it creates moments of gathering, circulation, views, and public engagement with the harbor. So the arrival sequence acts as a threshold between Gloucester's historic downtown and the waterfront. So gradually, it opens the views towards the harbor while drawing the community back to the water's edge. Then at the center of the project, the civic core is organized around a public plaza that is framed by the community center, the health and wellness facility, and the market, seafood market. So the space subtly terraces towards the waterfront, and it directs the views to the harbor while creating this adaptable central landscape that can respond to seasonal change and periodic floods. Then the community pier becomes this central organizing element of the project that is positioned on axis with both the harbor and the historic Henry Fitz Lane house to reinforce that relationship between history, community, and the water. So located between the fishermen's housing and the working fish market, the pier creates like this gradual transition in porosity and public engagement, bringing together the social, residential, and labor aspects of Gloucester's fishing culture into a shared waterfront experience. So the housing component adopts a one-stair approach to create a more compact and community-oriented residential environment that is inspired by Gloucester's coastal vernacular architecture. Wood siding, pitched saltbox roofs, and these elevated forms that reinterpret the language of traditional fishing homes within a resilient waterfront condition. And you can see the unit plans right here. The project includes a range of unit types, including 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom apartments, as well as a 1-bedroom plus a loft configuration, that is designed to support both permanent residents and transitional housing for the fishermen that are returning from seasonal or offshore fishing work. And lastly, the project concludes with a series of resilient foundations and edge strategies that are designed to work with the environmental realities of the waterfront. So buildings are elevated on helical piers, and that minimizes the disturbance to the site while allowing structures to be adaptable and sit above the floodplain. So along the water's edge, the proposal combines gray and green infrastructure strategies that preserve the historic granite seawalls along the edge where possible, while also it integrates the living shorelines, floodable public spaces, and tidal pool conditions that allow the waterfront to adapt and evolve with the changing water levels. So ultimately, the project explores how architecture can create continuity between the community, culture, labor, and the water through resilience, adaptability, and coexistence with the evolving waterfront. Thank you, guys, and I'd be happy to open the floor for questions.
I think there's a current market there. In this, there's a current market that happens now along the water. Is this the same site? Is that market?
I don't think so.
Okay,
No.
thanks.
Yeah.
My first comment is about how much the renderings look the way I think it's going to feel there. And so I think they're so evocative. And so I just want to say those are beautiful. I mean, the sun must come out at some point, but I think in everyone's mind, when you say it's something by a fisherman, like a working fisherman's cove, you picture that world, right? So I think you brought us there. So I just want to say that's beautiful. And your overall presentation is really beautiful. To me, what's really successful, you've grappled with a lot of different scales and issues, and you've resolved them in kind of believable ways, right? That the architecture is, that you have an idea about the zoning and the overall planning and organization of it. But all the buildings, resolve to your disposition about how can I use forms and materials that are familiar, but bring them together in a different way. I think it's also really interesting. Your question is big. How does architecture respond to the environment, support identity, and economic life? This is a lot. You're asking to do a lot here, right? But I think actually when you got to and I thought this is going to be some big questions, but then when you start to describe the different unit plans, I think what to me is really great there is that you've also thought about finely tuning what is the housing that you want to provide in that community, right? So if you want to provide housing that supports a fishing community, it's not just housing, right? You have long-term, temporary. And so I think that is a note of deep attention by you of what kind of housing does this population need? Not just that they need housing, but they need loft space. And maybe it's one person, it could be a family, it's temporary. So I think it's a small point, but it speaks to your focus on this place. What does this housing need? Also your detail to the sea level rise. And one of my questions was, are you then anticipating, is everything above the floodplain, or you anticipate sometimes it floods and that's okay?
Yes, there are areas that sometimes flood. That it's intentional for them to flood. Yep. Like you see in the
Fisherman's Cove.
the fisherman's
Yeah.
courtyard, that's meant to flood.
Exactly, that flood.
Yep.
Yeah, beautiful I mean, I'm transported, I think we all are with the renderings. And I'm still taking it all in. Quick question, is the fish processing intended then to be a different rendering style? Is it red versus the weathered
Yeah.
of the other structures?
Yes, so in the orthographic drawings, I just made it red to like highlight it, make a contrast of like the
Different.
living, and then that's just intended for work. Because it has its own pier, the working pier.
It's not gray, no. I don't think you have it rendered any.
Oh, it is rendered
There,
in
but like-
that one right there by the fisherman's courtyard. This one on top. That's the processing plant in cold storage. Yes,
The guy, oh, so it's not red then?
it's not red. In the render, it's not red.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay, right. Yeah, understood. I just wondered if there was an intentional change for the, because that was commerce or something. Yeah.
It is very beautiful. I'll just continue to echo like your graphics and the way that you've taken us through the process and very well presented. I loved you had other beautiful like ways that you had understood the site and understood its history. I thought that graph of like how much the shoreline has changed or the diagram of that was pretty, it was kind of fun and interesting in ways that I was like, oh, is there any way that that could have been part of any remnants of like telling that story of how that changes over time? Or the other thing I kind of wonder about is like historic floods or historic storms.
Yes.
And if there were, here we just look at the 100-year flood levels and sea levels and typical high tide. Well, and we have one
Yes.
blizzard. Were there any others that have gone above 100?
No, I think the highest that I found on the research was the blizzard of 2018 that
Okay.
went to 10 feet 7.
Because in some ways
yes.
I was curious. I was like, well, has it already gone over 100 years? Because in so many
Mm-hmm.
areas, we're already seeing 100
Yes.
years as not being a particularly, like that's a pretty
Right.
frequent number.
Mhm.
It's way more frequent than 100 years in many spots. So I'm curious, one, if, like how to mark or think about marking those events over time.
Yeah.
And if 100 years is even realistically like safe, or how you might think about the materials or the potential for things to get like flooded in ways that they could be resilient if there was sea level rise over 100 years. So I think even in some of your materials, I think that would be okay if you have nothing that's porous, and think about the opportunity for water to enter and leave a building. And so I think there might be opportunities just to think about how you can add some redundancy of that resilience strategy at the kind of ground level
Yes. Thank you.
and the storytelling along with it.
Yeah.
Imagine all the shoreline changes, and when you showed that, my thought was how unprecious the shoreline is then in that sense, or any line of it is not precious because it's all changing. And I wonder if I guess to follow into your question about, have you thought about what happens when the shoreline changes here? Like, what are your thoughts on a changing shoreline against what you've done?
You mean like in terms of like the water, like the tide going higher, or?
Yeah, in terms of, you've already shown that like how the shoreline has changed and how we maybe don't need to get attached to any particular version of the shoreline.
Yeah.
And so if we think of your buildings here, and if we imagine them in 20 years,
Yeah.
how do you think how could they be resilient to a changing shoreline? Like, what is your disposition about a changing shoreline and what you've made?
Yes, so in the design, like what I wanted to do is maybe expose the natural landscape of the shoreline, so that the water it can become a permeable surface, and also like a space for people to use it. So as you can see, like on the site plan, there are like different portions of the original seawall that are now sitting like within permeable surface. So that was like intentional to start creating different conditions at the edge and revealing the natural surface as well.
Alvaro, thank you very much for your project and your presentation. You managed to create an atmosphere. I feel I'm there, you know. You managed to create a very interesting atmosphere, which reminds me of also Northern Europe and Northern Scotland, for example, and fishing communities there. So now, since you resolved a lot of issues from the wider scale at the master planning scale to the architecture and the detailed scale, I just want to ask you a few things at a more general scale or higher level strategic scale. Did you have any representation strategy for your project? Like when you started your design ideas, did you think of creating renderings of this nature, or were these thought about later in the process?
I guess they all have a character, like a
Yes.
very unique character.
The
So
reason-
I always had in mind that
Excellent.
vernacular
Okay.
character of
The,
it.
the reason I'm asking this question, because you were talking about fishing as a cultural identity
Mhm.
and how cultural identity manifests in buildings
Mhm.
or in environments. So did you have this intention to reflect cultural identity in your design? I know in your site analysis, you showed it, how it's there, and
Mhm.
but how it is here.
Yes, it was intentional, the cultural identity, to preserve it. And there were explorations where I was testing something that was completely different architecturally. But I decided to move forward with more of a vernacular and maybe a combination of
Okay,
that contemporary.
so what are the elements of that vernacular in that context?
The materiality, the shapes of the roofs, and the tectonics, like the structures that are elevated.
What about the colors, or these colors are they foreign to the context or part of the context? Or?
So there's a lot of driftwood around the shore, and there's also like granite quarries. So like that gray stone is very common around there. So as you can see, like on the floor plans where you see some of the very thick walls, those are stone walls, and then it transitions to wood siding. So yes.
Another point in terms of thinking process. You created a floor plan here that responds to specific programmatic requirements, which you have developed and interrogated. But what were the turning points in terms of design thinking? Like, where were the moments where you had to make a difficult decision to emphasize an idea or to reject an idea? I can see here, for example, to the left, you're creating a bigger space, wider space, and then to the right, then you're creating a more narrow space. So how did you come around these decisions?
Yes, so first, it was the existing buildings that are decaying. As you can see, they were blocking that view to the harbor and that connection to the water. So I wanted to grab that, like you see right here, this intersection right here, it creates that opening, it creates that threshold into the water, and it directs the people's view into the harbor. And then this just becomes that connection to the Fitzhenry Lane house, which is the historic house that's on the hill. So I wanted to create those connections as well. And then this becomes just a little bit more of a private space.
Okay. In terms of
Yes, you can see it on the axonometric as
that's
well.
an interesting one. In terms of siting, do you think that your project is giving its back to the context, the rest of the context. It's like focusing too much on the waterfront rather than engaging with the community, engaging with the back of the project.
Yeah, I don't think so, because if you see like the main entrance to the community center is right here. So it grabs people from there, like it's inviting people to come into the water. The entrance to the seafood market is right here.
Okay.
And there's also like the entrance to the courtyard of the
So
fishermen.
basically, your project is a connection between
Yes,
the whatever you call it, fabric or context inside and the waterfront.
yes.
Okay, so now let's assume we're designing for fishing communities somewhere else in a different site. What lessons do we take from here to use there?
The existing fabric, the existing architecture around it. Like, you know, in New England, the architecture is very unique, but if you go to a fishing town in Asia, it might be completely different. I looked at a few precedents in Asia as well, and the architecture can be completely different. So I would believe that if I were to design in another area, I would grab that architecture to maybe represent it through that.
But overall, just thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. I think you could go even farther in talking about how this project represents the identity of the occupants. Several things. One is New England is all about the Puritan mentality. These are folks who are not going to display luxury. They're not wearing fancy clothing. And then these are people who spend their days out in the elements. They are literally shaped by the weather. These materials that you're using, which are the local materials, they are shaped by the weather. You know, you've shown the sky, that gray color. It's the same color as the materials. So this is the color that people are accustomed to living in. So I think that your project really identifies the users with your architecture. So I think you've done that beautifully. And you know, people have talked about the beauty of the project and so forth. I won't get into that. The only thing I would say is I really want you designing for this place. And I think your next step would be to get to know the carpenters who work in this area, to learn more about how the buildings are framed.
Right.
You know, the sections are always a giveaway. Those corner windows, I don't think you have made the case for doing something that doesn't work with the traditional structure. You haven't shown how you're, you know, creating a new structure. I'm very, excuse me, taken with the appropriateness, the cultural appropriateness, that sense of, you know, kind of workmanlike architecture, fits in, doesn't stand out. It just seems to me to really represent the ethic as well as the aesthetic of the place, the people, the industry. Yeah, I'm all set to see it built.
Thank you.
Alvaro, I'll pass it right down to you. So I haven't seen you in about a month and a half, and thank you for being patient for the fact that I was out of the country. And last time I saw you, our discussion was all about urban design. And I didn't have a chance to touch base with your chair. And when I came in today, I was expecting that this was all just going to be urban design, and then blown away by the sort of amplification of scale that's taken place in a very short period of time. I too am very much experiencing the retinal burn and a good retinal burn of the gray skied, gray timber gray stone, gray ocean of the New England coastline, and think there's the beginning of a real authenticity there. I'm a little bit, if there was something to work on right now, would be to bring the other drawings, all the perspective drawings have this very convincing nature to them. They have a kind of atmospheric to them and a materiality to them that is very convincing. The other drawings almost appear as though they were done by your New York office, and your DC office did these renderings and you were all excited about them. Somehow weaving the language of the presentation together might help you, because when I start looking at carefully at, like, say, the community center, I start to realize that there are a lot of tectonic issues that still remain unsolved. First of all, it's most evident when I start watching the wallpaper pattern that's been put onto the skeletal model, and that columns and joists all have the same graining to them, when in fact that probably wouldn't be true. And you can see a little bit in the foreground here. I don't see the celebration of joints between things. Joints between the column and the joist, they kind of glom into each other. The joints between the beams, the columns, and the bracing could all be celebrated. I see that you have a note that says glulam beams with bracing with steel plates. Of course, they'd be stainless steel plates because of the marine environment that we're in. So there's another level, the floating mezzanine level that looks into the community center space is kind of big and heavy. And it gets pierced in a very abrupt way by the verticality of the column. Is there that would be something to explore even more, how the rods that come down from the joists actually attach to something that's structural. Here, I'm the urban designer, and now I'm talking about these things. That would be interesting to me. And then another key thing would be how the columns are then received by the stone wall. The columns seem to kind of come in and clump into the stone wall. Could there have been a pocket to receive that? Could there have been some play between? There could have been a plate on top to receive that. So there's a whole bunch of stuff of celebration of tectonic, which you're starting to get to. And I suspect if you had put as much love into those other drawings, which I know there's a lot to do in a short period of time, that you would have gotten there, and you still can get there. And so, I think you've done a great job moving from urban design to a building project.
Thank you.
I just want to say, I agree with the notes on the drawings, the perspectives especially beautiful. But just to give kind of a little history of working with you, and that you've had this question really since the beginning. And I saw it and thought, that is so specific. Like, how many fishing villages are there in the US? And I really admire that you stayed with that. I don't think I was that negative at the time. I don't, it's not even, it's more of a skepticism, like, how could this become a thesis? But you really worked to research the industry, the history of it, the place, and even looked at it worldwide. Of course, there's a lot of fishing villages around the world, and not just in this country. So I think the question earlier about, like, how transferable is this, and the way you answered it, I'm really impressed that you have such a specificity to this place. And that is the transferable aspect, right? It's not that you're going to put salt boxes in Vietnam. It's that there's a kit of parts that's more about the approach and the process and the understanding, and the specificity is really what makes this project so successful, I think. And that is, there's a lot of times thesis projects want to be a model in a way that's almost generic, that it becomes too much trying to be all things to all people. And instead you did almost the opposite, but in this sort of universality of the specific. And so I think that's it's not an easy thing to pull off. You made it look easy by having these beautiful drawings here. And if I had only one wish about this presentation, it would be that it would include a lot more of your hand drawings because you have a beautiful hand for drawing.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so, yeah, but congratulations.
Thanks.
That even more impressive is this is not Alvaro's home. This is not Alvaro's hometown. And so it tells me that as an architect, he's going to be prepared to do this kind of stuff, right? Because most of the time we don't get jobs in our hometown, right?
Yes, I mean, a lot of people said a lot of great things about Alvaro. I've got to know him a little bit because he came to me to talk about what can a landscape do in my project. He was really serious about it. And I think actually the landscape solutions that you introduced here as they relate to climate change and adaptation, I think they're actually very sort of logical. They are rational. They are replicable in other places. So you really took that seriously. So I actually commend you for really like sticking with the challenge, doing research. And I think the only thing that I would say is that floodplain line, you've changed it as a result of so it could be interesting to see now that line modified to incorporate the FFE of the buildings and the levels that the different grading that you've done on the site. So I think, and that maybe even testing some of this. We talked about maybe flooding a model and seeing how it would work. That would have been, the next level. If you were to present to this community, you could test your own urban design model against sea level rise. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, but I have to say, really good, amazing work.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
just very successful.
Thanks.
We were talking in an earlier presentation about like whether the architecture could make someone do something. That was a conversation, and I think that's the constant arrogance and optimism of an architect, right? Of if I build this, they will come. Like that's literally what we think all the time, right? And I think what is interesting here is because that question, how might architecture provide affordable, climate resilient communities that fortify the cultural identity and economic livelihood of historic, that's huge. That's like, how do I save the world in my thesis? And so to me, what's interesting is that question's really big. And actually the thing you made does that in just kind of really simple ways, right? That the cultural identity is you've used the language of this place to reinforce it, didn't bring something new, it didn't make a porcupine building. Who said porcupine building, right? You didn't make a different building. You said, oh, what's the language of this place? So how can I reinforce them, right? How is it climate resilient? You thought all about climate resilience. And when I place this thing here that's of their language, how is it sensitive, right? So it's interesting that you asked a really big question. And it's not that the architecture building that they will come, they're already there and you've made a new place for them to continue being there. So I think that is a different way to think about that question, not about how does architecture make a thing that then you behave away, but actually how is it responsive to a place and the people? So I guess the question I was going to ask if this is your hometown and it's not, but then have you spoken to this community? Like, is there a need there already for this fishing community to like have something? If you haven't, then you should. So
I visited 3 fishing towns, actually. I went to New Bedford, Gloucester, and Rockport. And I had a few meetings with the Fishing Heritage Center.
you should go back and show this to them.
Yes.
There might be a project.
Yep. Thank you.
One final thing from me. You did very, very good analysis in your presentation of the context and of the ideas. But I think you didn't create a concept statement. It's like you described your project, you analyzed it, you presented it, but we haven't seen a concept statement. And I think part of the work of architects is basically to theorize what they're doing. And I think if you don't theorize, someone else will theorize you. So, and Peter Eisenman said that, So, and I think it's really important to start to, because you raised a very difficult question, as you say, and that question is your reaction to it verbally, associating your design project is important, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really, really interesting presentation. The word that's coming to mind for me is heritage. I think that we're talking about cultural identity and a present community, a living community, but it's also anchored in a deep past. And I wonder if in your research on the plight of fishing dependent communities, you came across protection programs for artisanal fisheries, and if there's any kind of intersection there. And along with the protection of a kind of heritage industry, you have the concept of protecting a heritage part of the town. And pardon my ignorance, I'm sure you did talk about it, but the building with the three gables on axis there, what is that?
Oh, it's a historic house. It's called the Henry Fitz Lane.
Oh,
house.
great.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what that's what I thought it probably was. So we're in a kind of historic area with a historic industry, and there's historic fishing here. And I just wonder if you might engage the heritage dimension. Yeah, that was my question. Shoot.
Yeah, so I think like the heritage is it's a fishing town. It was established as a fishing town since 1623. So I wanted to create that continuity. Like that's the heritage that I wanted to create. So, yeah.
Can I just say one word in support of the idea? I think heritage is an institutionalized idea of vernacular, which you refer to. So he was trying to refer to vernacular, not heritage. So, and I think the vernacular dimension is reflected in your work
Right.
and you mentioned.
Alvaro, you've enriched us with this project and brought work to the school that led to a very rich discussion. So thank you for that. I was trying to think of the right metaphor to describe Alvaro. I'm not sure if stealth is the right word, but he's quiet but incredibly powerful in his work. I've had the pleasure of having Alvaro in, I guess, 4 courses now, 2 seminars, a 601 studio last spring where him and another student took a national award for a blind reviewed competition, and now as his thesis chair. And a lot of the points that were made today, you know, your project touched on social dimensions, architectural dimensions, tectonic dimensions, cultural heritage dimensions. And I think we can't ask for much more in a thesis. The first 10 years of my life were spent in Massachusetts, and my older sisters, 4 older sisters, used to go to Camp Stella Maris in Gloucester, and the nuns would throw them into the ocean here to learn how to swim. And I think the comments about the renderings, which Britt and I were just discussing right before, these are recent. This kind of representational language is recent. You can hear the seagulls, you can smell the cod, and see the fishing nets drying. They really kind of bring you there. And there's just a little of it here, and there was a bit of it in the presentation with all of the documentation of the precedents that were hand drawn by Alvaro. And Lisa used the term deep attention, and it goes to this kind of quiet powerfulness that Alvaro has. I've been experimenting with this idea of slow courses and slow seminars by requiring sketchbooks as the main method of kind of learning outcomes. And Alvarez has a beautiful hand, but then he can also make stuff like this. So we are looking forward to what you do next.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks. That's. Thank you. Thank you.
You're situated? All right, we're going to get started for our last presentation of the day, staying on the waterfront, and Peter is going to introduce.
So our last project today on the water is by Stephanie Berg, and her chair was Michael Esbon, and also on the committee, Brittany Williams and Michael Kleiss. Take it away, Stephanie.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. As Peter mentioned, my name is Stephanie Berg, and today I'm going to share with you a vision of our future. It's one where the next era of energy production is not pushed into the margins, but designed as a visible and integral part of the urban fabric. If that sounds ambitious, it's because energy systems are rarely a part of the spaces we occupy or the experiences we engage with. But to design for what comes next, we must look at what came before and understand how energy transitions reshape the spaces we inhabit. This timeline isn't about inventions, it's about spatial shifts. Early energy was intimate, embedded in daily life. Mechanical systems tied it to place through water and wind. In the 1700s, coal and steam emerged, and by 1800s, cities reorganized around train and ship infrastructure. In the 1900s, oil and electrification pushed production farther than consumption. And by the mid-20th century, energy became more powerful and more controlled. Nuclear fission concentrated it into secured campuses, creating distance between people and production. Later, solar and wind reversed that logic, spreading energy across vast territories. Fusion, the latest technology in energy production, sits at a turning point, combining intensity with the potential for proximity. Every shift in energy has produced a new architectural condition. Now we must define what architecture's role within the energy landscape is. Recent energy projects show how architecture is already shifting. Energy buildings no longer need to be hidden or purely industrial. Copenhagen turns infrastructure into public landscape. Kempton hydroelectric plant merges energy with riverfront. And the biomass power plant treats industry with clarity instead of disguise. The shift is consistent. Energy moves from isolated utility to civic presence. These projects don't hide performance, they stage it. If energy can already act as a landscape and a public interface, what happens when that logic meets something as powerful and misunderstood as fusion? To answer that, well, we need to know what fusion is and what it isn't. So fusion is a process that powers the sun and most of our stars. It only occurs under very specific conditions. First, hydrogen gas is heated to extreme temperatures, like over 180 million degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, the gas becomes a plasma, which is a superheated state of matter where particles move incredibly fast. Within that plasma, the real magic happens. Hydrogen atoms collide, and when the conditions are right, some of them fuse. That fusion reaction releases energy as heat. It's the same heat we feel on our skin when we step into sunlight. But how do we bottle the sun? Well, we do it using a tokamak, which is a donut-shaped reactor that holds the plasma. Inside, fusion generates intense heat, but unlike the sun, which uses gravity, we use powerful magnets to suspend the plasma so it never touches the structure. That separation matters. The heat moves outwards into a surrounding blanket where we capture it and convert it to electricity. A thermal shield protects the system, keeping the magnets cold and the plasma hot. And to put this into perspective, Let's take a look at what this process actually looks like. Not playing? Okay. You can see the plasma is in constant motion, spiraling and circulating through the toroidal chamber. In the upper right corner, bright flashes of red and green mark moments where fuel is injected. As it enters, it gets pulled into that flow, shifting the color and intensity. The pink and fuchsia tones come from the special hydrogen used here, hence all the pink on the boards, glowing differently than the orange-red light we associate with our sun. And interestingly, the hottest regions aren't the brightest. They're the areas that appear almost empty, where the energy is most concentrated. All of this is happening as the plasma remains suspended, never touching the reactor walls. And it only works if extremely precise conditions are perfectly maintained. Did I skip a slide? Oh. So why is fusion so special? While fusion produces the most energy per unit of fuel, it is the most efficient in terms of footprint. It has no operating carbons after it is up and running. And unlike fission, which is the nuclear power you're probably familiar with, it doesn't rely on a runaway chain reaction. So there's no risk of explosions or radioactive leaks. And its radioactive waste is very, very short-lived in comparison. So in 2025, the US Department of Energy released a national roadmap to accelerate fusion energy development with the goal of bringing commercial fusion power to the grid by the mid-2030s. So for decades, that possibility actually felt distant. Fusion research has been underway since the 1950s, and for most of that time, it was described as perpetually 30 years away. But that narrative has shifted. Decades of global investment, combined with modern technological breakthroughs, have led to a real inflection point. Today, more than 60 experimental reactors operate worldwide, the result of a sustained international commitment to this idea. And just last year, for the first time in history, a commercial-scale fusion plant broke ground right outside of Richmond, Virginia. This changes the conversation entirely. The technology is here, and the time is now. So what would it mean to make fusion energy urban and public? Let's start with the public implications, because for most people, this isn't something that they've seen, experienced, or clearly understand. Only 14% of US adults say they feel very well informed about nuclear energy, and less than half have ever even heard of fusion. When they do, it's often confused with fission, and that confusion matters. As this chart shows, when fusion is associated with fission, public support drops. Not because the science changes, but because perception does. So making fusion public isn't just about access to the technology, it's about access to understanding. And understanding doesn't happen through technical papers. It happens through visibility, clarity, and experience, which means this isn't an energy challenge, it's an architectural one. And architecture is already doing this. It can take complex, invisible systems and make them spatially legible. CERN Science Gateway uses promenade and circulation to reveal hidden movement within highly technical particle accelerators. The Whitney Water Purification Facility replicates the water filtration process through a series of specialized landscapes. And the Shanghai Astronomy Museum uses light and form to expose the geometry and nature of our universe. These projects don't simply describe systems, they spatialize them. This begins to answer what it means to make fusion public. But what does it mean to make energy urban? Most of us never see where our energy comes from. We simply consume it. In Maryland, that imbalance is significant. The state consumes nearly 6 times more energy than it produces, importing about 40% of its electricity. In Baltimore, that dependence is even more extreme. The city imports 94% of its power, relying on distant generation and long transmission lines. For many households, that translates into real cost, up to 22% of annual income just to keep the lights and heat on. A single 400 megawatt fusion plant operating at only 60% of the time would supply the city's entire residential demand with surplus. So if we're going to rethink energy, we have to rethink where it lives. It has to be visible and undeniably urban, part of the harbor, the heart of the city. So the site sits prominently on the water's edge. It's visible from the harbor, the highway overpass, and downtown Baltimore. It should also sit at a seam between residential, commercial, and industrial zones. This position places the site exactly between public life and active industry, blurring the lines of separation. To the north and northwest are established residential neighborhoods and commercial corridors, with the regular public activity and access. To the south and southeast, heavy industrial infrastructure continues along the port with working piers, storage, and logistics operations. Existing conditions on the site is defined by a mix of active infrastructure and public waterfront uses. Along the harbor, marinas and docking facilities support recreational and small-scale maritime activity. Adjacent to that, industrial operations anchor the site within Baltimore's energy and logistics network. Surface parking and public service fill in the remaining ground, with nearby parking garages and multiple bus stops on site. That brings people to the waterfront today. Together, these elements form a layered condition, part public, part industrial, and tied to the city's energy and waterfront systems. And this creates a design opportunity to bring those systems into alignment. So to test this thesis, the proposal organizes the site as a fusion science campus, aligning public engagement, energy production, and the waterfront landscape into a single system. These operate together as three interrelated components resolved into two buildings, a public-facing science center and a controlled power plant, with the landscape acting as a connective field between them. The separation expresses a fundamental polarity between openness and containment, visibility and control, embedded from the ground to the building form. On the left, the Science Center anchors the public edge. At the center, the landscape connects as a continuous terrain, and on the right, the power plant houses the reactor along the harbor edge, making energy production visible. This three-part organization directly informs the reconfiguration of the waterfront itself. Rather than treating the harbor edge as a fixed, the project continues a historic pattern of reshaping over time. Between 1845 and today, the edge expanded significantly, adding a huge amount of infill. In this proposal, the intervention is more restrained. The harbor edge is subtly reconfigured through a balance of cut and fill, redistributing roughly 200,000 cubic yards of material to reinforce the three-part organization of the campus while maintaining the rectilinear projection logic that we see in the waterfront. The power plant extends into the harbor from an existing dock footprint, making precise adjustments to accommodate the program while minimizing disruption. That edge is not static. It is designed to change and respond to water levels over time. This map shows how sea level rise and daily tidal flooding reshape the site's relationship to the harbor. Under 2022 projections, water levels could rise nearly 4 feet by 2100, pushing the harbor edge inland and changing which parts of the site remain dry, wet, or periodically exposed. In response, an area of planned inundation allows land masses to appear and disappear as tides rise and fall. Boardwalks link these shifting zones, expressing the idea of quantum entanglement through connected but separate landscape elements. This map shows the site during a major flood event, including the projected impact of a 100-year storm. In response, the central courtyard becomes a flood basin. Its form is derived from the geometry of a tokamak and the pulse nature of plasma, turning stormwater management into a visible part of the project's scientific and architectural identity. These interventions begin with the ground itself. The existing site is largely flat along the waterfront, with a sharp elevation change at the residential edge. It reaches about 30 feet at the northeast corner and slopes down to the harbor, causing runoff to move quickly across the site with little opportunity for retention. The proposal reshapes this condition by redistributing the ground to create a more defined topography. The slope is extended to form a central low point, embedding the building within the terrain, with the entry near the high point and the courtyard set below the lowest level. As the sections show, the ground is lifted and sculpted into controlled landforms, tying the building landscape and harbor edge into a single system. This project is driven by the idea of a field condition, where forces shape form rather than objects simply placed on a site. In fusion, magnetic fields contain and suspend plasma, giving form to something otherwise invisible. Here, that logic is translated architecturally, where the ground and building work together to shape space. The Science Center begins as a linear bar embedded into the ground. The center is carved out to form a courtyard, with a bridge spanning across it to establish a suspended connection. The mass resolves into a solid and void, creating a polarity between open and contained space, while the upper level splits to bring light into the courtyard. The bridge operates on multiple levels. Physically, it spans the residential industrial threshold, softening the boundary between them. Civically, it reconnects the public to energy infrastructure. And conceptually, it references the magnetic confinement in fusion, holding and stabilizing plasma. The building is structured by a primary truss system spanning the central void, supporting the bridge and upper levels. Secondary framing organizes the floors and enclosure around it. The envelope is a layered system, including a polycarbonate double skin facade that provides thermal control and diffused light. This concept also draws from the layered systems within a tokamak. The plasma core, the breeding blanket, and the cryogenic shielding, these layers insulate, stabilize, and enable heat exchange, allowing fusion energy to be captured and converted into usable power. This logic informs the building envelope and structure where the layers work together to protect, insulate, and regulate the interior environment. With the massing established, the building is organized through a clear sequence of spaces. Starting with the entry-level plan, I will walk you through the general layout, and we will zoom in for more specific details. So on the main level, which is actually the second level, you enter through a tunneled entry. Here you'll find the ticketing, lockers, and your typical museum experience. And then the space, you can either go up or down, but you can't cross over unless you go up or down. Now, taking a closer look, where the entry occurs at the second level, it's compressed within the ground, referencing the quantum tunneling before opening into the main lobby. From here, circulation is organized around the central atrium, where the space opens downward to reveal the volume below. A double spiral stair sits at the center, connecting the levels and organizing movement through the building. Flanking the atrium, rotating exhibits are arranged as mezzanines, overlooking the space below and introducing the fundamentals of fusion. From here, visitors descend to the main tokamak exhibit. On the other side of the building, the Dome Theater lobby serves as a secondary point of arrival. With information coat check concessions, it can expand to accommodate overflow during events. In section, the lobby is a double height space that reveals the dome as it emerges from the mass, with skylights casting a halo of light across its surface. 2 stairs rise along either side, wrapping the dome and leading to the theater entry, mezzanine galleries and upper exhibit spaces. The section cuts through the dome, revealing its interior structure, tiered seating for up to 250 people, and a control booth. At the ground level is also where we find the courtyard. This is one of the spaces that you can cross over. Here we have the main tokamak exhibit, as well as a cafe, and some classrooms and workshop spaces. If we take a closer look, the main hall is actually centered on the tokamak exhibit, which anchors a space and features a scale model for hands-on learning. Classrooms, labs, and presentation spaces are arranged around it, reinforcing its central role. The tokamak sits within a double height volume, establishing it as the primary spatial focus. Above, a suspended fusion diagram occupies the upper volume, making the process legible in space. Circulation moves along the perimeter, maintaining visual connection to the center before the space opens up directly to the courtyard. On the other side, across from the courtyard, is the cafe, positioned along the edge, with seating oriented towards it. The dome intersects the space with an opening cut into its base to house the food service area, while kitchen and support spaces are organized behind. In plan, the cafe wraps around the dome, establishing it as a primary spatial focus of the space. Above, a workshop occupies the upper level of the dome, visible from below, and allowing visitors to see the actual fabrication and repair of exhibits. A stair along the south edge connects back to the second floor, leading to a mezzanine gallery at the Dome Theater lobby level. And on the upper level, this is where the two long exhibits that occupy the bridge space are. It has been split not only to allow light to hit the courtyard, but also to allow people more opportunity to circulate. If we take a closer look, they wrap around the dome lobby at the mezzanine level, providing elevated views towards the power plant and surrounding landscape. Crossing back along the main bridge, the longest exhibits are organized along this level, focusing on the atomic processes behind fusion and the fundamentals of quantum mechanics. These exhibits move from physical models to more abstract concepts, explaining how energy is generated at the smallest scales. The split into two bars creates a looped circulation path, encouraging slower, more intentional movement through the space. In section, the galleries overlook the dome lobby below, maintaining a visual connection to the central volume, and the bridge is supported by a primary truss system, which is exposed at this level and becomes a part of the spatial experience. The main exhibit volumes are wrapped within this structure, aligning the architecture with the scientific content they present. As visitors move through these elevated paths, moments of pause frame both the exhibits and views outward to the energy infrastructure beyond. We touched on the courtyard earlier in the flood and resilience diagrams, but here it is becoming a public space within the project. Under normal conditions, the courtyard operates as an outdoor classroom or a gathering space, extending the educational program outward. During major storm events, the space transitions into a retention basin. The landscape strategy extends many of the same ideas explored within the architecture and fusion process itself. A primary axial path cuts through the site as an extension of the separatrix, which is a part of the tokamak, and that establishes a clear organizational spine. The former oil tanks are repurposed into a series of ecological and public landscapes, transforming industrial infrastructure into spaces for gathering, retention, and biodiversity. At the center of the site, the thermal park uses heat and water and landscape to create a more experiential public environment tied to the energy systems of the project. Last but not least, these plans show the overall organization of the fusion facility itself. At the center is a tokamak hall, which contains the reactor and acts as the core of the entire complex. Surrounding it are support systems required to operate the plant. Public circulation is separated from the industrial operations, allowing visitors to experience and observe the facility without interfering with the technical infrastructure. The layout is designed to make an extremely complex energy system more legible, organized, and accessible to the public. At the end of the visitor journey, the experience culminates within the tokamak hall and power plant itself. Both visually and symbolically, the reactor becomes the heart of the project, positioned at the center of the complex as a source of energy, education, and public engagement. Beyond its architectural presence, the facility is imagined as a new form of civic infrastructure, providing energy autonomy while helping relieve long-term economic and environmental pressures facing the residents of Baltimore. This project connects fusion science to the public through architecture by translating invisible processes into space, form, and experience. It makes energy systems legible at multiple scales, from the building to the landscape to the power plant. Thank you.
So couple of questions to bring us up to speed. So, and this might, forgive me if the answer is obvious, but you chose with the reactor, is the reactor using some of the water for the harbor for the cooling because and is that one of the reasons why you chose this site?
It's not a part of the plan, but often power plants are situated on the water to take advantage of that.
Yeah, but
Um,
in the fusion reaction.
So the only water that they would need is actually in a closed loop system.
Okay.
So no, that's a short answer, but that's a great question. Thank you.
Right, so you can, so, right, so this is just a site, but the reactors can go inland.
They,
in other
yes, they
locations.
absolutely can.
Yeah.
A part of the positioning was to do something familiar to people. So positioning on a waterfront is very Baltimore and
yeah.
very power related, whether or not it actually uses the water. So that's a great question. Thank you.
And in order to make the science more understandable to the public, the idea is that you would spend some time in the first building, learn about fusion, see the movie, and then make your way across to the actual reaction building.
Yes.
And as a visitor, I'm not going to be able to see inside of that cylinder, or am I?
No,
Okay.
no one can see inside the
Yes, okay, just
cylinder.
checking.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are some small models or scale versions of a tokamak that are
Tokamak, that's
that are safer to be around, so we
Okay.
can see videos of them.
Mhm.
But at that scale, no, even the people who work there wouldn't be able to see in there. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd melt. Okay, great. I just wanted to sort of understand a couple of questions,
Thank you.
how the project would work. And the second, I'm sorry, I'll give it to you in a sec. Sorry. The second stop on the experience,
Mm-hmm.
what happens there? Is it where the old oiled cylinders are being
Yeah.
moved? As a visitor, what am I doing there?
So it is a part of the boardwalk loop path.
Oh.
So I imagine not everybody is just coming to this for the visitor center or the power plant. They might just want to enjoy the landscape. So there's a boardwalk path that connects from the existing Canton Waterfront Park, and it proceeds along the harbor and loops around the oil tanks, two of which have been compressed into the earth to act as tidal basins, and the other two have been modified, but you can still use the stairs and climb to the top, and they connect. If you actually, my model might help you understand. If you see here. So if you take this boardwalk path, there's actually a set of stairs on this side and that side. So you can actually walk up and circulate. And this is like a biodiversity habitat inside. So it's not designed for you to be able to go down in there, but more so observe that situation. Yeah.
What I really like then is that, so it's an extension of the whole Canton waterfront experience.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's really interesting how you've brought energy into recreation.
Yeah.
You've brought energy awareness sort of into everyone's daily life. Daily life is what seems like you've set out to achieve. And I think you've done that. You've done that here. I'm not sure after learning about fusion, if I really want to necessarily need to go over there in the same, in the same experience.
Yeah.
But certainly, being able to actually learn about the reactors and have that proximity to actual,
Mm-hmm.
what's happening, I think provides a bit of a rich experience and a better understanding. You can see what's happening and know exactly what's going on just, a couple, maybe 100 feet or sorry, more than, less than a mile away.
Yes.
So I think it sort of, if your intention was to bring energy into focus and put it on show and demystify that barrier between the public and energy, this scheme certainly begins to get at it.
Great. Thank you.
Just going back to your question about not seeing it, you had the video. I guess that's the real video of seeing it happen.
Yep.
And then, so two questions. One is, people would want to see that. So interesting that you're saying there's not is there not a part of this where that happens, where you get here and there's a part of being in this place which does let you see inside?
Only if there were a small educational version of it. There are tokamaks that operate that are safe to be around, but they use a different type of hydrogen. So that would actually glow yellow, red like our sun. It's a hydrogen that doesn't emit harmful neutrons. So you can observe it, and I don't see why there couldn't be a demonstration in one of the classrooms, but the main energy producing one, it's just not safe to be inside or observe.
And can you explain the pink again? I know it was in the video
Mhm.
and there's something was pink, but can you just talk us through the pink again?
Yeah, so all particles, when they're heated to plasma, they create something on the visible spectrum. Not all of them, some of them don't, but the two hydrogen that we use in fusion create pink, pink and purple plasma. Unlike our sun, that makes orange-red. So that was the inspiration behind the pink. I'm normally like a teal and blue and black girl, but you know, why not?
And then maybe the party, that's come up a few times in other conversations around, like, you have a question, but then was the party, and here you actually have a party diagram. And I think looking at that, to me, doesn't maybe resonate with the way you talked about it, but maybe you can just talk through the party and what you've done or connect the two for us.
Sure, yeah. So the party is identifying multiple things, but the most primary is the polarity that is happening not only between the two buildings on the site, right? Opposite ends, they both have different structural needs and requirements, different scales, but they're both a part of the same team, right? Same with the landscape, the terrain, the way I've shaped it. It has a polarity with a bridge that connects through the middle. And we have a dome theater as solid, right? But we have an open atrium on the other end. So that again is a repetition of geometry creating polarity. And this just signifies the landscape. So trying to get all three of those things into one party diagram.
So the party works at this building scale, but maybe not the site scale. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
maybe. Mm-hmm.
Okay, interesting. Thank you very much for the project, and it's very enlightening, I
Good.
must say.
Yay.
Yes, but I just want to ask a few questions, and just to try to get that. Your program is about science education,
Yes.
or yeah, science
For
education.
the most part, yes.
That's the program.
Mhm.
Okay, now if I want to talk a little bit about symbolism,
Okay.
and from the title I remove fusion reaction and energy transition. So let's imagine we remove the title from the board.
Okay.
Okay. And we want to look at the building without that title. What makes this building fusion and about energy transition?
So I think a lot of at least in terms of material, a lot of the time you'll see science centers that are built out of harsh materials, right? I'm not sure why, but I use that to my advantage, taking into consideration what they are typically made of. Concrete, steel, some sort of glazing, because it's a museum space, which are usually darker. I wanted to go ahead and wrap it with the polycarbonate that diffuses light instead of fully hiding it, which also acts as a symbol for the glow that comes from the plasma. So at night, it glows as this beacon on the shoreline. And they share materiality, which is another way to kind of tie these two things together. Same with the form, the round forms emerging from the rectilinear forms.
Very good. Now, is there a relationship between low carbon net zero design and your project, or no? Or you have not looked at these aspects at all? Low carbon design and how it's like, is it about conserving energy or generating energy?
That's a great question. Just so I make sure I understand, are you asking about because these materials are not low carbon?
No, I'm just asking.
Okay. So this is primary, let's make energy so that we're not restricted by it.
Okay.
And let's make it in a clean way so that we don't have to worry about things like that.
So it is about creating energy.
Yes, absolutely.
So now, since you're interested in energy,
Yes.
okay, how did you handle energy in your buildings?
How did I handle energy?
Yes. How did you address energy issues in your building, in the design of the building?
That is a great question, and it is
Yes.
not something I focused on. I focused more on the educational part.
Okay, just one more thing.
No, okay, all right. I do kind of have an answer. According to Britt, I did create a double skin facade, which
Okay.
is insulating and provides better thermal comfort. And it's partially buried, so that is also one more way to keep the heat in. How about that?
That's a good one. Okay, another one final thing. How
Yeah.
do people arrive at the site?
There's multiple ways to arrive. The main passenger drop-off, oh, I'm not tall enough for this, is on the north side. So that like you can have handicap or buses, whatever come, and there's some staff parking. If you're coming just for the show, right, you just want to go see the Dome Theater, there is another drop-off here, and you can enter on the other side. If you just want to enjoy the landscape, you can come from the residential and cut down through that access. And if you're coming from the other park where there's also a water taxi, you can just take the boardwalk around or connect up. So there's multiple points of entry and access, which ties into the idea of educational access, trying to make sure everybody has a path to understanding energy.
And I love that it's very unique and makes you think about it.
Thank you.
And a very alternative, like what would this universe look like?
Yeah.
Because I think this is a world where energy, frankly, like at least at this like particular location, then wouldn't matter, right?
Exactly.
So we wouldn't be solving for low energy. We would be saying, can we do with this energy? And I think transmission is probably like the bigger problem than the generation. So in part, I would be curious about like pushing the bounds almost further of like what would the celebration of energy look like?
Sure.
Like excess energy. Like what would that
Right.
look like in the landscape? What would that look like in the building? And could you be doing something in using more energy
Sure.
that would be that much more exciting for people or feel that much more a sense of like opportunity or comfort or
Right.
safety? Because in some ways the building of like knowing that it's there does less of a sense of
That's energy.
yeah, or that it's reassuring that it's different than nuclear.
Right.
So especially because there are safety concerns
Right.
about getting close
Sure.
to it. So it's like, how do you celebrate the fact that it's there, and what does it do in the landscape that to me it feels like there's some opportunities there that especially in that are just like a little less exciting.
Yeah, totally. I think I'm going to answer that in two parts. I pondered that question a lot. What happens when we remove energy restrictions from us? Like what changes? How are we freed from certain things? Do we still have to maintain some sort of strategies? But I do agree that there could be more opportunities to celebrate it. One idea I had that didn't quite make it into the boards or the presentation was to do light shows that were powered by the facility. I mean, all the residents would know that it's, their energy is coming from this power plant, but it could also provide power to the harbor front. So that's another way to visually display something that it's actually doing versus just this ominous building on the waterfront. And I do think that the intention in visiting the Science Center is to learn the difference between fission, nuclear, and fusion energy. So at least in that sense, they would understand that the power plant that they see across the way is not one that is dangerous. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very open question of like,
Yeah.
what would that look like, and how are you not having tangential harmful benefits or impacts of that
Right.
expensive energy? But what is the opportunity of having that?
Exactly. Yeah.
Hi.
Hey.
Stephanie, I found it really interesting in your presentation to hear how you made the argument why this is an architectural problem.
Thanks.
And
Yeah.
that part of it is to help people understand
Mhm.
what this energy source is
Mhm.
and the way that you partnered, in how you laid out the site, but also created this museum to tell the story.
Yeah.
And in our era of post-factual life,
Mhm.
right? I was thinking about, how do you get from the condition we're in today, where people don't know a lot about this and are skeptical and don't necessarily have good information, to be able to get this built?
Right.
What
Right.
what temporary things, what is the things that one could do? How could that be an architectural problem
Right.
or design problem, to have the conversation that would not have everybody arguing against this thing
Mhm.
because they don't really know what it is?
Yeah.
And so one of the things that I'm interested in the way that architects can create conversations through temporary things. And that's a question I have about this, because I think that's a big gap from
Mhm.
people's perception now. Once the museum is built, great, but to get from now to doing this,
Sure.
and that's an open question, but I'd
Right.
love for you to think about that.
Yeah, I mean, this is an ideal world, right, where we can do what we want, no budgets, right? But the reality is that I think Fusion has had really bad PR, and I touched on that briefly. But I agree. I think that the leap from, this is actually becoming a real thing, right? But still people don't know about it. And how do we make that connection through architecture is such a challenge. That's a really great question.
It's like continuing your.
Sure, yeah.
Take your brain and think about how do you get from our condition now, where people are told this thing is unsafe, the thing is safe, and is there a way that you could imagine,
Sure.
right, or dream about how to develop that understanding,
Sure.
so that this could.
Right. Like a little pop-up or market or something. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't do any of that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the purpose it's trying to serve, though, right? Is to answer those questions. But I think you're right. There needs to be like a beginner's step, and maybe it's not so substantial or permanent. Yeah, interesting.
Just a couple of other points.
Sure.
What is a thermal park?
I'm sorry?
What is a thermal park? You have a thermal park.
Thermal park.
Yes. What's that?
So it's actually a park that has things like a splash fountain and also a steam and mist. Yeah, steam and mist structures for kids to play through and run through, which changes with the seasons. But it's located right next to the cooling tower. So the
Mhm.
excess heat actually is used to make
Okay.
those things happen.
The other point is about your precedents.
Yeah.
Have you seen any efforts to visualize energy other than seeing a fire? So that's
Right.
but visualizing energy, because there were some people talking about this.
I mean, I don't think so. And maybe I'm just not understanding the question.
Okay.
Do you mean kind of like, you remember those plasma balls where you touch it and
Yeah.
do you mean something like that?
It's like that.
Yeah, I mean, that could be an exhibit for sure. Oh, I haven't thought about that, but that's a good question. Yeah, and in my research, I didn't find anything related to that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
When you started talking about this and the kind of residue of energy production and thinking about what that does to our cities now, right? I lived in London for a while, so like the gasometers and like in Germany too, that they are sometimes turned into apartments now, or
Mhm.
coal plants and what they do, or whether you can't really reuse them. And so I guess the question could be then, in making this, like if we find something else after fusion, like these buildings can become just some other usage, right? So that's maybe a different take on the place where the energy is made can have another life after, once you stop using them for energy.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, hopefully we don't need anything after we stop looking, but yeah, in the instance, it totally could be
Which is different than
repurposed.
the other things that came before. They don't really have another life. Once we
Yeah,
move on to another form, we're like, okay, don't need that.
yeah, other than the massive tokamak hall, the rest is pretty much normal building material. Yeah.
Just maybe a few practical notes, just
Sure.
checking, maybe you've resolved it. I think you said the auditorium was about 250 seats.
Mhm.
And, you know, the plan, you know, you can see polarity with how you have the building and the
Mhm.
trees laid out, but just making sure that you've got, you know, parking for at least, you know, 130 cars
I was waiting for
somewhere.
this question.
Okay, you know, because I'm not sure that you have that. And then
Don't.
maybe you could just, you know, to mention that. Also, just also think about how the building wants to present itself from Canton Avenue and the other main street there, because it's a lot held back and there's a lot of trees happening and,
Sure.
you know, energy on display and being a proud facility
Mhm.
for this new technology. You know, I wonder if it could not have just lined itself up against the city fabric rather than take that unique angle, because you've got it sort of positioned
Hmm.
in a very unique way. So, you know, I don't know if you could talk a little bit about, the siting of the visitor center.
Yeah. So the visitor center actually spans the border between residential zoning and industrial zoning. And it's right on that axis. So I think I touched on this a little bit in my presentation, but that is one of the reasons. Another reason is that, yes, it could blend in, right? And it kind of does with the nature, sure. But we want this to be a unique experience. We want the building to be unique. So I mean, it's still rectilinear, right? But it does have some special moments. So that was a little bit of the thinking behind that. And as far as the parking, there's a huge garage across the street, and there's 2 drop-off zones and 2 bus stops. I'm pretty sure Baltimore removed the requirement for parking also. So now there's a parking garage that exists right across the street. I can point to it right here. So it's one of the reasoning why the entry kind of faces that way too. Yeah, so I just didn't want to dedicate a lot of space to parking. And the existing conditions, it is like 90% parking, so yeah.
Stephanie, so the building on the south, that's where the fusion reaction takes place.
Mhm.
And how is the energy turned into power and distributed? Is it turbines, batteries? Does it go straight to the grid?
Yep.
And is there infrastructure that's required to get the fusion to power the neighborhood or the community?
Yeah, that's a great question. Another good reason for choosing Baltimore, there's a substation that's less than a mile away, which is ideal for connection. But within the power plant, there's a gas insulated switch, which allows a switchyard to be enclosed in a volume. This is for multiple reasons. One, it's a smaller footprint, but also for security. The entire building is held within this one enclosure, so that allows us to do that. But it does connect to the substation. And yes, like pretty much all other energy production sources, it uses a turbine and water, heats up that water, makes steam, and then to the GIS or the gas insulated switch, and then to the substation for the Baltimore residents to use. Yep. Good question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have another,
Yeah.
it's for another project,
Okay.
another future project.
Okay.
Which is, I think it's really important. The idea of bringing science to the public
Mhm.
is excellent.
Thank you.
But at the same time, would be important to really have a narrative about education, environmental education, or experiential learning.
Sure.
So how the visitors learn from the experience when they come, when they arrive at the building. One thing is to learn about energy and reactors and all of that. But also it's really important, again, back to the other point where since we have an interest in energy,
Mhm.
I think it's really important that the two buildings would focus heavily, I would say, in the future, would focus heavily on low carbon design or net zero design and how that materializes, not only in terms of materials,
Sure.
but in terms of passive techniques and all of that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, I think you can look at it two ways, right? You can look at it in the way as, well, if we have this thing, then we don't need to worry about it. But maybe that feels wasteful. I don't know. But I do see a version of this in the future where not only is it serving as education, but it also is an example of a way that we can incorporate those things. Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you. Mhm.
One last question, because I did like your kind of history of like energy generation and how like historically it's been so dependent on the landscape
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the conditions of where it's located and or where water is located or how, topography.
Mhm.
And so understanding if this is totally freeing us up from any implications of like natural boundary, or if
Mhm.
there's anything that sort of starts to describe like there's benefit to thinking about how this fits into our current like grid system
Yeah.
or and so in ways kind of to someone else's question about like why in the water line, why do we think it would be becoming in other places, and then what does that start to imply
Sure.
about the attitude of what that particular plant is in that place?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, we already discussed like why I chose the waterfront, multiple reasons, but I definitely believe it could be placed pretty much anywhere. I mean, I think, well, the one that is being built in Richmond, Virginia is outside of Richmond, Virginia. It's kind of in a middle of nowhere situation. But Google has actually already purchased half of the power that it generates. I think it really depends on what its point is, right? So the point of this one is to show it off. But if the point is to just make energy, it doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't have to have a science center. It can just sit in what appears to be like a big box in the middle of nowhere. But then you brought up a point about transmission lines, right? We lose a percent of energy when we have to transmit it all across the nation, right? So having that in your neighborhood, maybe it's obvious, maybe it isn't, but you're still benefiting from the fact that it's there because you don't lose as much electricity. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I think there's a version of it for pretty much any reason. Yeah.
Well, and I think to the point of like, maybe there is some value for it to look like something.
Yeah.
And something that maybe has some sort of tangential benefit rather than like an ugly box in your neighborhood.
Well, yeah, totally.
But just another way to think about like what it would like proliferate as.
Yeah, the one that they're building, I showed one of the renderings in there, but it kind of just looks like a, I don't know, big box store or, run of the mill situation. So I do think that there's opportunity to show how beautiful this can be within the architecture itself. Yeah.
Stephanie, thank you for this. It's been a real pleasure to be on the journey with you and learning from you. I think the conversation today was really good, challenging in some ways. And I think some of the questions, some of the points raised, I think could create some really productive friction in the project. It's very well resolved, but I especially appreciate Professor Eisenbach's comment about how do you generate a public that is knowledgeable and that cares?
Right.
Because you really must educate the public, right? And if you take that on, just like some other designers, like Kate Orff comes to mind, she plays the role of activist and architect.
Right.
She knows that she needs to help develop a public around questions of sustainability so that they are invested in carrying on the legacy of a place
right.
and caring for a place, right? So I thought that was a really interesting thought. What precedes this kind of magnificent master plan, right?
Right.
What are the smaller temporal design moves that happen over time
that people that in the community kind of invest in and participate in, and they grow to understand the concept. It's not just kind of dropped in from above.
Right. Right.
But yeah, so it's an inculcation of the public into your ideas. So it's interesting how it transforms you from a kind of top-down designer to a grassroots educator almost, right?
Yeah.
And then some of the other questions too about how you're creating, there's a world here. It's almost hard to imagine it where, well, what if energy production is more, it's not a question of limits. If we could have it all, then what do we do?
Right. Right.
I appreciate that question was tied to some of these materials. And you were starting to question, I think, well, I know these are high embodied energy materials, blah, blah, blah. Well, okay, yeah, they are high embodied energy. And let's also remember that, like, you know, the mining and the landscape impacts created by the creation of steel and the production of concrete, the tailings, the toxicity, everything else,
Yeah.
the disruption to landscapes that are away and out of sight.
Right.
That's real, right? And
It's
so
not just energy.
not
Yeah.
just energy, right? So
Exactly.
it's something I think to attend to here, again, because it creates productive friction, right?
Yeah,
It pushes
absolutely.
back on being able to do anything, right? But in terms of what you have done, really commendable, really well thought through. And I appreciate that through the work, you came to kind of understand what dialogue it is that you've been, and what discourse you've been joining in our discipline, right? That you're not just a student innovating and creating ideas kind of on the fly and disconnected, but actually you're joining a very robust and very important discourse in our discipline around not only energy production, but how we can interpret complex things for the public. We can tell stories through tree placement. We can, you know, develop ideas and yeah, tell stories through wall sections, right? So I think that's really important work that you're doing, and you're joining a kind of a robust discourse, and it's great that you're aware of it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So that concludes our presentations for today. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. But I'd like to take a moment to thank our reviewers for spending their afternoon day with us. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your comments. See you tomorrow.